our visit with the cast of the new Lord of the Rings series. They're going to take us inside the highly anticipated expansion of the hit franchise. Plus, did you hear that Stranger Things tallied 13 Emmy nominations this year, including Outstanding Drama Series? Just ahead, our conversation with Brett Gelman, who plays the hilarious Murray on the show. And nobody puts baby in the corner. Dirty Dancing just turned 35 years old, if you can believe it. We're going to bring you an interview from our vault with the late, great Patrick Swayze. But first, here's Carson with today's Pop Star.
First up on Pop Start, lots to get to today. House of the Dragon. Remember how we told you yesterday? It seemed like literally everybody was watching this show, the premiere on Sunday night. Well, it turns out that was the case. The premiere of Game of Thrones, the prequel series here, racked up nearly 10 million views, the biggest audience for any new original series in HBO's history. And despite a few technical hiccups with network streaming app, the debut episode made House of the Dragon the longest trending topic on Twitter. It was ranked #1 for 14 straight hours. Let's take a look at what folks online were saying about the premiere. One person tweeted, me 35 seconds into House of the Dragon. Along with this one, this is the meme of Michael Scott. No question about it, I am ready to get hurt again. Another fan writing, I'm someone who was severely disappointed with the final season of Game of Thrones, and this was exceptional. If the rest of the season keeps this level of quality, wow. And if you missed that first episode, you have until this Sunday to catch up. New episodes are going to air weekly until the season finale on October 23rd. Did you guys see it? Anybody see it yet?
I'm going to.
Dying to
It's my cue.
Next up, Harry Styles, the pop superstar, has landed on the first ever global cover of Rolling Stone magazine. And inside the issue, Harry opening up about his acting career, what it's like having his love life in the spotlight, and about finding a new audience with his #1 single, As It Was. Harry telling the magazine how a surprising number of men stop him on the street to talk about that track. Of course, we all remember our packed plaza. Yeah. Fans were rocking out to that one when we were kicking off our concert series back in May. And even though his new music has only been out for a few months, Harry's also revealing that he's already working on his next album, sharing how he and his collaborators are already workshopping new ideas, saying, I think all of us are so excited to get back to it, which feels insane because we just put out. No, that's when you know you're on a roll.
Yeah, exactly.
You just can't stop writing hits. We don't know where he finds the time to do all of his writing. Harry's currently in the middle of a 15-show residency right down the street here at Madison Square Garden, where he's going to be until late September before moving on to a series of concerts in Chicago and LA. Maybe he should swing by the karaoke bus.
Yeah, there you go.
Take a shot at it. Next up, Mick Jagger. There probably aren't many times when you can look at a rock and roll icon and say to yourself, well, this is actually relatable. But perhaps jamming out at a Coldplay concert is our great unifier. Take a look. Shot at Wembley. That's insane. That was yesterday.
Crazy.
Mick Jagger tweeted that video yesterday saying, well, way up in the stands there, that's at Wembley Stadium, obviously Coldplay's concert, and even the Rolling Stones legend. Kind of cool to see him having a moment when Fix You comes on like the rest of us do.
Wow. What a compliment, too. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Yep. And finally, the home edit. Just last week, Clea Scherer of the famous organizing duo stopped by today to share an update on her battle with breast cancer, and also to give us a sneak peek at a very special edition of the Home Edit magazine. It features our very own Savannah Guthrie's kitchen makeover, and now this morning we have a first look at that fall issue cover, and there it is. Inside you can check out how the team was able to make Savannah's kitchen more cooking friendly and find fresh tips and tricks to help organize your home through some cool real life projects. The magazine is available for pre-order starting today.
And of course, there's more to know because this is Pop Start Plus, after all. First up, Saturday Night Live. This week, a group of SNL alums sat down with Entertainment Weekly to look back on their time at the iconic show. Kate McKinnon, Maya Rudolph, Seth Meyers, Amy Poehler, and Martin Short all joined the chat. The Only Murders in the Building star took a moment to address some retirement rumors that have been swirling around the internet about his co-star and fellow SNL alum, Steve Martin.
Do you really think Steve Martin is going to retire after this?
No, he's not retiring. In fact, he was just being facetious. They said, "Are you thinking of retiring?" He said, "Well, I have my 12th book. I'm on a TV series, and I tour around with Marty Short. So if this is retirement, I guess I've retired." That's what he meant. He's not retiring.
Phew. All right, so there is hope for A Father of the Bride Part 3. finally, Lea Michele, the Glee actress, is the greatest star in a first look at her performance as Fanny Brice for Funny Girl on Broadway. Over the weekend, the production released a new video featuring Lea singing one of the musical's iconic numbers.
Who is all ginger and jazz? Who is as glamorous as? Who's an American Beauty rose with an American Beauty nose and 10 American Beauty toes? Hey, Mr. Ziegfeld, here I am.
Lea's only got a few weeks of rehearsal left. She's set to take the stage on September 6th. And that is the latest for you today. Coming up, The Lord of the Rings. The new show invades Studio 1A.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, transports viewers thousands of years before the events in the beloved books. And the cast of the new series stopped by 1A to tell us what fans can expect.
We are back with more stars from The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. It's a new series that's about to shake up the TV landscape. To say it's big would be a gross understatement, boasting massive sets, 22 regular cast members, and 2 of them are here with us this morning. Ismael Cruz Cordova, Benjamin Walker. They are bringing the world of the elves to life, showing us peacetime in Middle-earth. But the king knows that peace can be fragile.
If the elves abandon Middle-earth now, the armies of darkness will march over the face of the earth. It will be the end, not just of our people, but all peoples. If the hope of preventing that is not reason enough to make you reconsider your oath, I suggest you find another.
I suggest
pretty good.
Ismael, Benjamin, good morning to both. As I said during the commercial break coming in, I started watching the series last night, and I know why my Prime membership went up.
Worth every bit.
They spared no expense. I mean, it is a big, massive production, and the 2 of you are phenomenal in it. The elf ears. Let's talk about the ears. I mean, were you fans of the ears going in?
Oh, I loved it. I did too, man.
Yeah.
I loved it. I have these tiny ears as well.
Yeah.
And I always got teased, my family, for it. So I felt that I have finally had real ears.
Yeah.
Normal ears. Yeah, normal ears.
and the language, the elvish language that you have to learn.
Sure.
Give me a sample of.
Sure. All right. Penelia esse candela canta. It's very offensive.
And I was going to say, can you even tell me what you said on morning television?
No, it's a curse. But it's an elvish curse, so it's beautiful while you do it.
Your character is not to give away too much, extremely regal, shall we say?
Oh, thanks.
How does one get into character for that role?
Well, I mean, we have an incredible support system. They've built me like an armored corset. As soon as you tighten that thing up, you're standing up straight.
So it helped to be in the
Yeah,
costume.
exactly, yeah. At the read-through, when you're in sweatpants, you're like, I don't feel like a king at all.
And Ismael, I know you grew up in Puerto Rico. And I read that when you watched the original series, when you watched it growing up, it was kind of hard for you to relate to some of it.
Yeah, I mean, I always say I felt represented spiritually, emotionally, because I'm a kid from the mountains, and the elves are from the mountains, and the elves love nature, but there wasn't an image reflected back, and that was something that was hard for me, but it was a galvanizing aspect that essentially set the course for me to become what I am today.
Full disclosure, I was not. I didn't see the actual the movies, but I'd read the books. I think people can watch this series without having seen the movies and books and still fully appreciate the story.
100%. I mean, because our show's thousands of years before the movies, it's like the first chapter. It's the perfect place to start.
What do you think it is about series like this? We were just talking about Game of Thrones a few minutes ago. Series like this are beyond compelling for a lot of folks, almost obsessive. Why do you think that is?
I think the subject matter, the text, the story allows people to see themselves in there. You find something about yourself, all these aspects of humanity that transposed to fantasy. People are able to exercise all of their hopes, their fears, their potential.
My buddy Carson Daly is a huge fan of the series, and he wanted to join us. He had a...
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Oh, cool.
All right, all right,
nice
congrats on the series. It's awesome.
Thanks for having us.
How you doing? Nice to see you.
Yeah, come on.
I see.
No, sure.
About the elf ears in the show, because how long does it take to put them on? These are my real ears. It takes like an hour to cover them up at the TV show.
You've got the earring on.
That's
great.
It's beautiful. Those are beautiful.
That looks very natural, man. Very
it just
natural.
accentuates your jawline.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you,
Benjamin, Ismael, thank you.
I had more questions about the ears.
Well, you know what? We got to get to the affiliates. I'm so sorry.
Do you wear the same ones every day, or?
No. They're disposable.
The Lord of the Rings.
We should mention The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power will be available on Prime Video on September 2nd. Up next, we're heading into the Upside Down with one of the stars of Stranger Things. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Popstar Plus. Stranger Things did quite well when it comes to this year's Emmy nominations. Outstanding Drama Series, just one of the 13 nominations it picked up. We recently spoke with a member of the cast about what it was like working on the latest season, Brett Gelman, who returned as fan favorite Murray.
I think Murray has very much evolved this season. He found his people more. He's a slightly less isolated, slightly less jaded person than he was in season 3 because he sort of learned what it meant to have friends. So you see that development a little bit, but he's still, he's still a bit of a grouch and a grump. Yeah, a misanthrope, as they say. We love a good critic who calls things out how they are, calls it like it is. So, and I think that that's very much a lot of what Murray's role is in this show. It is the darkest season. And I mean, the approach to Murray, I mean, as I play him, I get to know him more and more. So it goes deeper and deeper. But I mean, things are always bad. My favorite part about playing Murray is that I get to be sort of the urban character amongst all these rural characters. And then he sort of brings a city vibe to it.
Это может лисы. А вот наручники на тебе, сволочь советская. Hi, Jim.
That I get to be one of the, a character of somewhat comedic relief in this action, thriller, horror series, which is a kind of character that I grew up wanting to play, and just, getting to be in these amazing action sequences and the intensity of it, while still getting to really delve into who he really is and the humor of it is just the best. Getting to be in the Duffer Brothers world that they created as this character.
What? Do me a favor and move your lover's quarrel elsewhere, okay?
No, this not a lover's quarrel, pal.
Spare me!
What is your problem?
Please, stop talking!
No!
I can't tell you much about what Murray and Joyce are up to in it, but working with Winona is it's a childhood dream. She's one of the greatest actresses and movie stars of all time, and it's amazing to me that I can call Winona Ryder a friend of mine. That's just it's one of those just bizarre things of pinching myself that this is my life. And we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun when we work together. She is one of the kindest people and so funny. And so getting to be working with her on this almost every day that I worked on this show was just an amazing treat.
Scoops Troop, this is Bald Eagle. I've reached another junction.
This is what?
The fourth junction.
All right, so if memory serves, this is right after the My Little Pony thesis.
We went left, so he has to go right.
Fly right, Bald Eagle.
Fly right.
Roger that. Flying right. Little
Seeing the teens' growth has been amazing. They're really just a great bunch of people. Really just so incredibly talented and nice and professional and fun to be around. So to see that they haven't become disaster people, it's nice to see that has not happened and that they've all stayed grounded. It's amazing. I'm really grateful that the Duffer Brothers wrote me more stuff in the show, and that they made Murray's characters, Murray's involvement in the show grow. And it's insane. You forget it because when you're working on the show, it just feels like family, that we're just all, cast and crew. It's we're here to do a job and get it done and have a good time together. When you step away and you are reminded just how massive the show is. I am the most excited for people to see me, just do amazing acting in this season. It's really remarkable, and I think that people will really, really enjoy my performance in a way that they haven't ever before. So that's very exciting to me. I'm really excited to. I just really, this season, I think it's the best season, and I think the other 3 seasons have been amazing. But I think this is everything, like the up to the millionth degree. It is scarier, more action-packed, and funnier than previous seasons. And there is such an amazing balance of all of that. I mean, it's just like, it's really awesome.
Such a good one there. Next, we are revisiting an absolute classic in honor of its 35th anniversary, Dirty Dancing.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. It is hard to believe, but this week marks 35 years since the release of Dirty Dancing. The film stars Patrick Swayze as Johnny and Jennifer Grey as Baby. And we get to watch what happens when you combine romance and dancing at a vacation resort. Check out this throwback interview from our vault with the late, great Patrick Swayze opening up about the beloved film's message.
The last time we had a chance here to speak with actor Patrick Swayze, he was hoping to combine his skills as an actor, dancer, and singer, and a little over a year later, now he has. In the film Dirty Dancing. Welcome back. Good seeing you.
Good to be here.
Is the role as ideal as I've portrayed it to be?
Ideal as you, well, I get to dance.
So you get to sing? You did a little music in this too,
yeah,
right?
I wrote one of the songs for it.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that I've given up being Mr. Rockstar, I'm moving through the back door and writing music for the stuff I do.
How long ago was that an ambition to be a rock star? I mean, we're talking more than 10 years.
10 minutes ago. But, no, actually, it was recent that I had to, assess my priorities and get realistic. Like, give up rock star, or I'll have to, how can I be an actor and go on tour and that kind of thing.
Yeah, got to support yourself.
Yeah.
Who's Johnny Castle? I mean, you play Johnny Castle in this film. Who is he?
He's a low-class kind of guy from South Philadelphia that's good with the ladies, and in return he gets gold bracelets and silk shirts, and it's set in 1963, and he went to Arthur Murray School of Dance to have a way to do this stuff and make a living, and doesn't feel real good about himself, and runs into this hot little number who's just about ready to grow up, and I'm going to get myself in deep, so...
No. Did he remind you at all of a middle-class guy from Houston who took up dancing early and wasn't really sure it's what he wanted to do? And
yeah, lower middle-class guy from Houston. Yeah, and trying to sort it out. And
we'll let everybody in on that. You're from Houston, and yeah, you took it up early, and I just called it middle-class, but you say...
Well, yeah, lower middle-class.
Yeah. So the film then had some poignant moments for you. I mean, you kind of saw yourself in Johnny a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, that was a level of identification for me that, I grew up not having it be too easy to be a dancer in Texas.
Why, they thought that was a little swishy?
Yeah, you're bound to be weird if you dance. So On that level, I could identify with Johnny. I didn't go to Arthur Murray School of Dance to learn ballroom dancing, but
yeah. In this film, though, you teach Baby Houseman, who is Jennifer Grey. You teach her how to dance. In this case, since you were the one who was professionally trained in this and for a long time, did art imitate life?
Well, yeah, because like the fun part about this kind of dancing is like your bodies have to really become one in order to move as one. So, in other words, I had to learn how to be a real good partner in order to lead correctly.
Let's show a clip, because in this one you're doing some of the work with Jennifer, but I think this one's at sea.
Did you learn to be a dancer?
Well, this guy came into this luncheonette one day, and we were all sitting around doing nothing, and he said that Arthur Murray was giving a test for instructors. So if you passed, they teach you all these different kinds of dances, show you how to break them down, how to teach them,
What? No.
No, slow it down. Right here. And
if you'll be my girl. Hey, baby, I wanna know.
What is Dirty Dancing supposed to say to today's teens about those of 25 years ago?
Well, I don't know. You can always, I guess, not to believe what mommy and daddy and social standards tell you, that you are stuck in this little box and can never get out of it, but that you can have your dreams come true. That we all can, if you work hard enough. I think that's what Baby teaches Johnny. That he believes he's going to always be a street kid, and that's all he'll ever be, no matter what he does. And they help each other. I think we all have that person in our lives, somewhere in our memory, that we sort of hold dear. This person that passed through our lives for one moment and was gone, but you'll never forget.
Sounds like you
Is
want
that a good enough answer?
No, it's a good answer. Sounds like you want to be a rock star again.
Yeah, it does.
Patrick, it's good seeing you. Come on back and visit us.
Okay.
All these years later, that movie still pulls at people's heartstrings. That's all for today's Pop Start Plus. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Have a good one.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day. This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Thank you for joining us for another episode of My Pet Tale, where we ask people like yourself how their pets have shaped their lives. So first of all, can you introduce me to your pups? Are they around?
Yeah, Boo is here. Carl is out for the day.
Hi, Boo.
This is Boo Bush. Hello.
If Boo could speak, how do you think he'd introduce himself?
She would go, hello, my name is Boo and I'm a gorgeous girl.
And gorgeous girls love to relax.
Oh, she loves it. She just always loves being at my feet. Like, no matter where I am, she's just like always there. It's so cute.
That's so sweet. How would you describe her personality?
Oh, she is a loud, brash, opinionated, can I say, I mean, it's a technical word.
It is a technical word. You're right.
In all the best ways. She loves her food. She loves her people. She loves attention, and she can be very, very loud.
Kind of sounds like me. Does she sound like you?
Oh, I think she gets it all. She gets it all from me.
How did you come up with the name Boo?
Barkley, my other dog, for some reason back in the day, I used to call him Kitty, like from Monsters, Inc., because he was so fluffy. And so that's where, so Boo, so like Kitty and Boo, like she was the Boo.
That's so cute. I love that part of the movie.
Yeah.
And you also have another fur baby. Your fiance Wells has Carl, which I love when a dog is named a serious name.
Yeah.
But how is the blending of the two? Was there a power struggle between Carl and Boo, or were they pretty seamless?
There was a power struggle in the beginning, for sure. Carl is obviously the bigger dog, but Boo won that power struggle. She's definitely the alpha.
I just saw you posted this gorgeous photo of you and Wells. Boo, I was just asking, do you think that you'll be a part of the wedding ceremony?
I wish she could, but whenever I have fittings for like events with like really long dresses and stuff, she likes to lay down on them. She's very much a girl's girl. Mm-hmm. And so she is, I don't know, she would be way too excited, make it way too much about herself, get everyone dirty because she loves to jump up on people. And same thing with Carl. I just think it would be way too many people. It breaks my heart that they won't be there, but you know, it is what it is.
You also have to make the dress the moment on that day, I think.
Yes. Yeah. We can't have Boo's dresses moment.
Oh, exactly. Boo, this one moment is not yours.
It's not yours, honey. Sorry.
Where do you all go with your dogs on a road trip? Like, where's your favorite place to take your dogs?
I love taking Boo to the beach. I haven't taken her a lot of times just because it's like a whole day event and it is a lot of work and stuff. But she's just so cute on the beach and she just has so much fun. And sometimes I'll take her up to Malibu to do like a hike up there. And it's great. I want to do more road trips with the dogs. Like even, I don't know. I really want to take them up to like Big Sur or something and do like a cute little camping trip up there.
The picture you painted, it's a very glamorous movie. I feel like it's like like it's giving me Parent Trap vibes a little bit. I'm really into it, but I just feel like I also love that Boo gets Malibu and Big Sur and nothing less. She deserves it all.
We're not taking her to Coney Island.
No, you sure aren't. Have you noticed like are your parenting styles, you and Wells' parenting styles to Carl and Boo, are they similar? Are they different? Is there one who's like more of a disciplinarian than the other?
I think Wells would say that he's more of the disciplinarian than I am, which is crazy because I think when we have kids, I will be more the disciplinarian, our poor children. But I'm just like, dogs can't speak for themselves. They're innocent. They don't know.
That's true. And I know that is, you were talking about how passionate you are for adopting and for rescuing pets and rescuing dogs. When did that passion start for that?
I mean, I've always had rescued pets. My first pet was a cat from a shelter. And because we lived in New York and stuff in like a really, 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 really old building, he would bring us mice as presents. It was like a whole thing. And so I've always been, I'm assuming that it stems from my parents, if it's always been embedded in my genetic brain DNA structure for what to do with pets. But I just think that there's so many animals out there that need our help. I would much rather rescue an animal than anything else. So yeah, I just love.
That's a beautiful story. It's a really beautiful story, and you've upgraded mice for Malibu beaches, so I'm happy for you.
From the New York mice that are the size of rats, to be sure.
Well, Sarah, thank you so much. This was lovely, and I'm so happy that you're taking over all our screens.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
My little furry creature, her name's Mary Richards, named after the title, Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever Farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary. And she basically curled up in a ball and just I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and like, I just lost my mind. And I called my husband and I'm like, I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Like, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, hypoallergenic or whatever, like, you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's gonna work in your family. You can find such great animals and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear, sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training. And she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? It's like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. She'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just want to keep petting her, but the next day she might be like, I'm not feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and on a day off, and sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. She runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely calm people down, I think. And so she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair, but she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
I was walking Reese, and this girl was like, "Oh my God, that's Reese. Like, it's Reese." And I was like, "What?" And then they're like, "Wait, if that's Reese, that must mean that that's Chloe." I was like, you people know what my dog looks like, and then you realize it's me. Like, she's like more famous than I am. Hi, it's Chloe Kim, and this is my pet tail. She goes, "This is my cute little Australian Shepherd, Reese. She is 4 years old, and she is my best friend." I've always wanted an Australian Shepherd. Like, since I was a kid, I've just always wanted one. So I went online and found her. She was actually all the way in Texas, and the day I was gonna go pick her up, something came up, so my dad had to fly to Texas to go pick her up. So my dad's such a trooper, but he flew to Austin and picked her up there, and then flew back with her like an hour later. And my dad just like walked out of the terminal like with this little chubby spotted dog, and I just put her in my lap, and it was just love at first sight. She like would follow me around everywhere. She was my first puppy. Like, I've never had a puppy before, so I had no idea what I was doing. She was like had really bad separation anxiety in the beginning, so I remember like sleeping with her like downstairs in the living room on like a body pillow. So uncomfortable. But I did that for like 3 days, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should just let her, do her thing at night. She actually kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces when I first met her, because she had like these really like dark brown spots, these really white spots, and like her little caramel spots. So I just thought she kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces. So it took me a few days, and then I decided I wanted to name her Reese. Reese has the biggest personality. She is just so down for an adventure. Like, the minute I stand up, she's like, "Okay, cool, where are we going? Like, what are we doing?" I'm like, "Chill, like, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom or something." But she'll like always follow me around. She's just down for anything. She loves to play. She loves her ball. She loves squeaky balls. She also loves the little like doggy puzzles where she like does the little puzzles to like find treats. And she's really smart, and she's just a little cuddle bug. She's kind of standoffish sometimes. Like, she's like, "Okay, Mom, like, stop petting me. Like, I don't want love." But the minute she wants love and attention, she'll just snuggle up to you and just like flop on your lap, kind of like this. And then she'll just stay for hours. Reese quickly became like a very important member of the family. When I told my family I wanted a puppy, like an Australian Shepherd puppy, everyone was so against it. Like, because, I understood, because I travel a lot, and that would mean like they'd have to take care of her while I was gone. And then we got her, and my sisters came over one day when she was still like a baby. We got her when she was like 8 weeks old. So when she was still a baby, they came, and they instantly fell in love with her, because she was like so small and just this cute little bundle of joy and energy. And now they argue over who gets to watch her when I'm gone. It's like my parents want her, but then my sisters one sister wants her, but my other sister really wants her. So they're always just arguing about who gets to keep her. We do almost everything together. Just anytime I go outside, I always want to bring Reese. So we do everything together. We're going to Mammoth, and she's coming with us. and she loves the snow. So it's perfect for her. She loves snowballs. She loves digging in the snow. I took her to Mammoth actually when she was a baby, like the week I got her, and took her to the snow, and she had so much fun. I remember like the minute she stepped on, she just had the zoomies and she was running in circles, and I couldn't get her back because she was just so excited. She was digging holes everywhere. She gets so excited. Like we'll drive up to some snow and she'll start whining and just wants to go outside. Like it's crazy. And she just loves to dig out little ice cookies. She'll like carry them around. She'll like play with them. So it's fun. She has been around while I was training. My parents brought her to Colorado when we were training, and it was so much fun. I would go to the like ski resort and go throw her ball like up the hill, and she'd like run up the hill and get it and come back down, and she like loved it. Mommy. I just don't know what I'd do without her. She just gives me something to do, because I feel like I've been so just like kind of sad, I guess, that we have to be inside all the time, and trying to do the right thing is kind of driving me crazy. But it's nice because she like motivates me to go outside more, like go on a hike or like go on a walk and like go take her and, you know, have fun. So she's been nice. She'll like whine if she wants to go play or something, so I'll always take her out when she does. But she just makes me happy, you know? I love it when she's happy, and it makes me happy. Like my life revolves around Reese. Even when I'm in Switzerland or something and I'll see like a big field of grass or like snow or whatever, and I'm always thinking about her. It's like, Reese would love it here. I might move here just for Reese. Reese has made my life so much better, I think. Reese is seriously my best friend. She's always there for me. Like when I have a bad day and I'm like crying, she'll like come and lick the tears off my face and like sit next to me, and just like she'll always keep an eye on me when I'm sad. It's the craziest thing. Like she won't leave my side. Or she's like very protective, like very, very protective. Like if someone if a stranger is like walking towards us, she'll like sit in front of me, like sit on me, like in front of me, and like keep an eye on that person. And then when they go, she'll like go back and like play. But even like when my boyfriend, she gets jealous because she's actually and has a crush on my boyfriend. I figured that out. She's always cuddling my boyfriend, always around my boyfriend, always looking at my boyfriend with these loving eyes. So if he tries to hug me, she'll like put herself in between us. It's the funniest thing, and she'll just like lick both of us like crazy. But she just brings so much joy into my life. Like my family and I just love her so much. It just makes me really happy that she's happy. I literally treat her like my child, like she's my daughter. So even like when people like compliment her and like, you know, I take it very personally. Like I'm like, oh, thank you so much. Like I also think my dog is beautiful. It just makes me so happy. I just think we do everything together. She's down to do everything. She is so smart and such a good listener that it's like just so easy. She makes having a dog just so easy, and I'm so grateful for her. I don't even think she knows how happy I am to have her in my life. But everyone loves Reese. She's just a likable dog. Like I will always bring her on set with me. And she like owns the set. She'll like walk around. She'll like go get pets from everyone. She'll like run laps. She gets zoomies, and it just makes me happy, like knowing that I'm taking care of something else that's like happy to live with me and like share their space with me. But also like she's cute, you know? She's so cute.
Come here, one last time. Come. Oh yeah.
Oh. She's so cute. I love her so much.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Start today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
Start today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hi, I'm Lester Holt, and this is my pet tale. This is Lucy. Lucy is a Labradoodle. She's 2.5 years old. Of all the dogs I've had, and I've had many, she's the most loving, sweet dog I have ever had. Can you give me hugs? Come here, give me. She gives really great hugs. Come on. No. My other dogs had passed on, and we took a break from dogs for a while, and my wife and I were sitting in an outdoor cafe in Manhattan one day, and I looked over, and there was a dog under another patron's table, and I said immediately, that's the dog I want. I want that dog. And it was a dog that looked just like this. It turned out to be an Australian Labradoodle like Lucy. And we went on the hunt, and we got her at 8 weeks old. We got her actually just days before I moderated the first presidential debate. So I remember we were, what do we do with this dog? I've got to spend all day at this university getting ready for the debate, and we actually hired a babysitter to come and be with the dog. But she has definitely become a big part of our lives. We got a high five? All right. Fist bump? All right. She likes to be part of the family unit. If we split up somehow, somebody goes into the store or goes into the dry cleaner and she's waiting outside, she freaks out because she loves being part of the family, and we love having her part of the family. She was a really crazy puppy, and she did not like separation, and she has, I guess it's the poodle part of her, she's this ability to jump straight up, and she would just go nuts whenever we were out of her sight. You know, from that puppy demanding mode, she quickly went into the giving mode. There was a time about a year or so ago I was down with a nasty flu bug, and I was laying in bed, and you're just kind of miserable, and you got the TV on, and Lucy pops up on the bed and just curls herself around me. I think I even posted a picture of it, and it was just kind of a great moment. It's like, that's all you want right now. You're just sick and miserable, and to have a cute little puppy, curled up with you, it's, it made a really lousy day better. You want to catch that, don't you? Ready? There it is. Good. Woo! She's really a party girl. She likes toys. She will come up to us and give that look like, let's play. What she loves more than anything is a tennis ball, your basic tennis ball. Ready? Catch it. Good girl. It's a strange talent she has, this ability to take her paw and actually push the ball toward you, and then she wants it to roll back to her. She waits for me to come home and play some more, and we finally weaned her off this incessant need to play when we're binge watching TV. Somehow we got into this horrible habit. We would sit on the couch and watch TV in the evening, and she thought it was time to play fetch, and so you'd get rid of her. You'd throw something and she'd bring it back, and then she thought that was part of the routine. But we have weaned her off that now, so she's learning to kind of settle out in the evening along with us. Hi. You sit up? High five. Okay, high five. All right. Fist bump. Yeah, whatever. You want a box? You want a box? She's very dependent on me. She doesn't like when I'm gone. When I come home from work, she puts on a celebration like you wouldn't believe. And I'm like, I was only gone 6-7 hours. Like, lighten up. Oh, okay, kisses. She always brings a smile to my face. And it's nice to be missed. It's nice to be loved like that. She will come up to me like this very often if I get down, and she'll actually give me hugs. Lucy's made our lives better in so many ways. One, she constantly makes us laugh. She's a little performer, and we're always smiling, and we're always sharing pictures of what she did today. She does have her own Instagram account, and it's really pretty amazing to watch her little paws with the phone. But she posts fairly regularly. I'm sticking with that story. She also gets us out. She loves to walk. We love to walk. We love New York City, and so when you have a dog, you've got to get them out. A lot of people complain about it. I know when it's 23 degrees and drizzling and snowing, maybe not so much fun, but she's a great excuse for us to get out and enjoy our city. My wife Carol and I, we have always loved to laugh, and Lucy gives us plenty of reason to laugh. She is as silly as we are.
I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home to many early ice cream innovations. And at the Franklin Fountain, we've got two brothers who have recreated a turn-of-the-century fountain that celebrates Philadelphia's unique contribution to American ice cream history.
We're very proud to be called Soda Jerks.
In the heyday of soda fountains, being called a jerk was a good thing.
A soda jerk is someone that jerks the handle on the soda fountain.
We are the Burley Brothers.
I'm Ryan.
And I'm Eric Burley.
Welcome.
Come on in.
Stepping into the Franklin Fountain is like time traveling to a bygone era.
I've always felt a kinship for the turn of the century. It just feels like maybe I was there in a past life.
The Burley family originally purchasing this historic property in 2002, but they weren't sure what to do with the storefront until inspiration struck.
The building is really what inspired us to do what we do here. It was built around 1899, and the original tin ceiling remains, as well as the penny tile floor. So we really thought that a soda fountain kind of looked right for the space. There's certainly a sense of awe and wonder, sort of a transport through the time machine when you walk in the door, and that was really intentional.
The brothers working for nearly 2 years to restore the space.
It is not for the faint of heart to restore any old building. It's a labor of love, and frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's part of the handmade nature of everything that we do here.
The kitchen itself was a preservation element, restoring the motor on the buttercream machine, fixing the belts. You know, the restoration of the building wasn't just the facade, but it's also the back-of-house spaces.
They also embarked on a mission to recreate an authentic fountain experience.
We took a number of road trips, in part to learn about the ice cream business, and then we would always pair soda fountain tours with those. So visiting places in the American South, going down to New Orleans, going to Savannah, seeing these old-fashioned soda fountain places, interviewing the soda jerks, the pharmacists, and really learning the culture of the soda fountain was a big part of our research.
Today, while we may take the simple pleasure of eating an ice cream cone for granted, that wasn't always the case.
I'm Sarah Lohman. I'm a food historian, author, and ice cream expert.
Let's go back to when ice cream was a luxury, largely available to only the richest of Americans.
We don't think of these as expensive ingredients today, but ice and sugar historically were very rare, and so only the wealthiest people could afford them. So it was usually made in the home, and by home I mean a large grand estate, by people who had servants, and then eventually people who owned other people. We're talking about the enslaved. So you also needed that literal manpower to make it. That all begins to change in the 19th century as technology and supplies change.
Traditionally, European ice cream was made with a custard base that included eggs. But a simpler style emerged in Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the most important city to ice cream history, maybe Pennsylvania as a whole, because we had the invention of Philadelphia-style ice cream by a black man.
Augustus Jackson, a black man who was a White House chef working under multiple presidents, including Andrew Jackson, is credited with advancing a new type of ice cream and method.
And he came up with an ice cream base that didn't use eggs, but was just as creamy and luscious, but could be made with less ingredients, made quicker, and he supposedly had really, really tasty flavors too.
A free man, he later moved back to his native Philadelphia to start his own business.
So he made it and sold it, but then he also sold it to other ice cream shops too, and became very famous and very wealthy for this new style of ice cream.
Jackson's contributions made ice cream more widely available to more consumers. Philadelphia is also home to the oldest ice cream company in America, Bassett's.
I'm Alex Bassett Strange, was my great-great-great-grandfather that started this company all the way back in 1861. We're proud to be here today.
Bassett's was the first merchant to sign a lease in Philadelphia's historic Reading Terminal Market, and the family is still there serving up scoops today.
Bassett's ice cream is a 16.5% butterfat ice cream, and it's what's called a Philadelphia style, which means that it's made without any egg yolk.
Innovations to ice cream production, allowing more shops like Bassett's to open up in the early 1900s, and that ushered in a new type of meeting place where folks could socialize.
And then we also had ice cream saloons. Now, the name there is key. Saloon, yeah, means bar. And at this time, bars were places where only men could go, but ice cream saloons were one of the first public spaces that was socially acceptable for women to go to. So to have a public space was really meaningful to women. To have a space where you felt free, to have a space where you could safely flirt.
Soda fountains and parlors became even more popular and almost necessary during the 1920s.
When Prohibition hits and we ban the sale of alcohol, then there's really a need for these public spaces for people to gather and socialize outside of the home. And as we move into the soda fountain era, we have a lot of creativity in adding ice cream to different flavors of soda and making these incredible concoctions and sundaes. If you were a soda jerk at the turn of the century, you were kind of a local celebrity.
Today, the jerks in charge at Franklin Fountain are serving up nostalgia along with their vintage creations.
It's one of our newer soda syrups. It's made with real watermelon fruit. Come over here to our 1905 soda fountain.
Yeah. That is really good. You know, I don't want to mess with that flavor too much, so I'll just go with vanilla. Vanilla ice cream just rounds everything out nice, plays nice at the playground. And the bean specks on the vanilla show that it's made with real vanilla, not vanillin. And that's an old Philadelphia tradition of having bean specks in their vanilla ice cream.
Franklin Fountain's menu focuses on classics, but they also bring back long-forgotten flavors. Summer hits,
like black walnut, that tend to be kind of bitter, but mixed with enough sweetness can be really unique and good. Other flavors like pawpaws, which are our native fruit here in North America.
While others misses.
A flavor that kind of bombed here, as an example, I'll tell you, was orange pineapple. Like, we really wanted to bring back orange pineapple as an ice cream, which was really popular at the turn of the century.
But the Burleys aren't just passionate about their flavors. They are working to keep a tasty tradition alive.
Our business has really enabled the preservation of a couple of historic buildings here on the block, and we hope that the fountain and the institution of the soda fountain continues. And you know, can be passed to succeeding generations of soda jerks.
Coming up, I visit a family-owned ice cream shop in Harlem and get a sweet surprise.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Finish this sentence. Ice cream is...
Love.
Ice cream is not easy to make.
And scene. We're up here in Harlem where the forecast is partly cloudy with a 100% chance of sprinkles. Why? Because we're outside Sugar Hill Creamery where they're bringing the community together one scoop at a time. Let's check it out. Hey guys, nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
That's Nick and Petrushka Larson, husband and wife, and parents to Isla, Zadie, and Nico. So let's talk ice cream. They're also the owners of Harlem's Sugar Hill Creamery, which the couple opened in their beloved neighborhood in 2017.
We're gonna give you the scoop, Al.
Bam! For the couple, that bam moment came after meeting up with friends in DC for some premium scoops.
We had small batch delicious ice cream, and that is when it hit us that this was not an experience that we could have in our own neighborhood.
The realization that they couldn't do this in Harlem was the beginning of their sweet journey.
When Nick and I started dating, he always said he wanted to own a food establishment of some sort. And then this, moment in life kind of presented the opportunity.
Petrushka oversees the shop's marketing and business, while Nick, he develops their artisanal flavors, often looking to the neighborhood for inspiration.
The great thing about having a small shop, you see in real time, oh yeah, they don't like this, right? And our friends from Harlem, they are not shy to being like, yo, no, this is no good.
So your flavors are nods to Harlem.
Nods to Harlem, nods to our respective cultures as well. So I'm Black, African American, and from the Caribbean. And Nick is from the Midwest and was raised on a farm. We're channeling Harlem, we're channeling childhood memories, we're channeling the way that we were raised, what we were eating. I think this is the best example of channeling our neighborhood. So we have a flavor called Cafe Tuba. And where the first location is, it's like a few blocks from Little Senegal.
The flavor Cafe Tuba uses coffee from Senegal.
We incorporate peanut brittle and Celine pepper brownies. So it's a bit of a twist on a classic, which we like to say we make, twists on classics and then all their flavors that you wouldn't expect.
Many features of the Scoop Shop pay homage to Harlem, starting with the name.
Where we're sitting right now is a neighborhood that is adjacent to Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is a neighborhood in Harlem that at the turn of the 20th century was the place where upwardly mobile Black people resided and came to, right? It was also the home of the Harlem Renaissance too. Many artists, activists were living here.
You talk about the history and homages to this neighborhood. Was there some thoughts about that historic ice cream shop, Thumford's?
Yes.
Just before opening Sugar Hill, Petrushka learned about an iconic Harlem institution, Thumford's.
small group of octogenarian Harlemites that just happened to be at this conference, and they were like, hey, she's opening an happy ice cream shop. This is crazy. And they're like, oh my gosh, it's like Tomford.
Tomford's was in business from 1903 to 1983, located in the heart of Harlem at 125th and St. Nicholas. Unlike many early soda fountains, it catered to black patrons, providing much more than food and ice cream.
It was the place that people went after, church, on a date. And we didn't know about it when we decided to open the shop, but after we learned about it, before we opened the shop, we definitely channeled the history and spirit of that place here.
Sugar Hill's motto, "The sweet life is a love affair between community and food." And it also has a historical meaning.
The Sweet Life is also, a reference to the Great Migration. When people moved to Sugar Hill, they were looking for the sweet life. We wanted to give our neighbors a little bit of sweet life as well, right?
Nick and Petrushka are hopeful that their spot will become the place for making family memories down the line.
Later down the line is to hear stories like people talking about Tomford's, they're talking about what we meant to them, right?
To be a place where somebody could come in and say, my parents met here. What an honor. And I don't think that we take our role as, the people who created this company lightly. Like, it is such an honor to be able to serve our neighbors and to also be a place that they continue to come back to.
I think that a lot of us have really fond memories of going with our family and having ice cream on a hot summer day, or like rolling past a rural ice cream stand and it's just like packed with Little League kids. Or when you live in a city, you've got your local ice cream place that you can walk to and the whole neighborhood is there.
And as for the future of Sugar Hill Creamery? With 3 kids, Nick, are you hoping that out of those 3, one of them is going to carry on the tradition?
It's a tricky question. Yes, I would, but I'm not going to pressure them.
At the very least, we need them to work here during high school.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We are going to start with some good news. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's time for Sunday School. Say amen, say hallelujah.
Amen!
Hallelujah! My Sunday school teachers at Harlem Sugar Hill Creamery kicked off my lesson with a special treat, a one-of-a-kind flavor made just for me.
You should learn to scoop with your own...
My own flavor?
Your own flavor.
My own flavor?
Yeah.
Wow. All of the ice cream served at Sugar Hill Creamery is small batch, each flavor taking 2 days from start to finish.
The difference between a small batch and large batch is one is a freezer.
These machines allow more experimentation with mix-ins.
The reason why it's homemade and why it's better to do small batch, for example, is you have freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not beholden to what can fit into a automated machine that, like, for example,
can't put a particular like sauce in it because it'll be too thick or jam something, things like that.
And now, back to Sunday school. So what's my flavor?
So your flavor. So we've heard from around the way that you're a fan of cookies and cream.
I am.
Also, you like sweet potato pie. So
I do.
Okay, so this is a combination.
And pecans.
Well,
right?
the pecan element is a part of the sweet potato pie. But yes.
I can tell you guys are married. For my signature flavor, Nick started with a sweet cream base, then adding Nilla wafers.
Blended in, made a graham cracker pie crust with pecan. Roast sweet potatoes, cook it down with, basically it's a holiday IPA, and poured the beer in it, blended it up, and then made like a custard with eggs.
Wow. A lot goes into that.
A lot goes into it.
And a lot goes into forming the perfect scoop. But picture perfect scoops wouldn't be the same without one very important invention.
The ice cream scoop was invented by a black man.
Alfred Crawley holds a patent for the ice cream mold and disher.
And that's the scoop that's like, it has a little handle that you squeeze and the thing scrapes and the ice cream plops out. He invented that in 1897 and sort of revolutionized ice cream culture.
So the side here is to form it. The tip is to like kind of scrape it, right? So if you're like just learning, the best way is just a little bit at the top, like that.
Sides and boom.
And you form it with the side.
Oh, so you're forming the ball.
Ball, yeah, exactly. All right, voila.
Ta-da.
Right? So the cup, we'll get a little rinse.
Rinse. Okay, so you start.
You can also grab out the sides there too, because it's a little softer.
Oh, that's a sad scoop.
No, look, now you're gonna form it.
Oh, now it's forming.
Now you're.
Now it's forming. Oh,
Yep,
look at that now. Oh, hey, now we're talking.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Good.
Hey now.
Right, let's taste.
Oh, time to taste. The Al Roker.
Cheers. Well,
Oh,
actually.
we also have a special name for it.
Oh, what's that?
It's your neck of the woods.
Oh, I like
it.
Wow.
And this
is great.
Yeah.
Like all Sugar Hill flavors, there's an art to naming the ice cream. For example, their best-selling blueberry cheesecake, well, it's named for Petrushka.
So this is named after my wife, who's the chairperson of the board. She's the boss. This is the boss flavor.
Smart man.
This is the chief.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
My work here is done. Coming up, a whimsical creamery in Las Vegas known for its colorful creations.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You know the old saying, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, especially when it comes to a hot spot that's known for creating really cool desserts, Creamberry. These folks are recreating the ice cream parlor experience for a whole new generation of ice cream fans. And whether that's in person or via social media posts. Selfie, anyone?
I've seen some kids who can kill the burrito by themselves.
Most adults, it's funny,
They would share.
In Las Vegas, a few miles off the Strip, is the flashy, fabulous, and insta-famous ice cream shop, Creamberry. Opened in 2016 by husband and wife team Danny and Rosalina C., hoping to create a one-stop dessert cafe.
We set on a mission to bring in a wide variety of crazy, innovative desserts into one place.
For Danny, it was a dream come true.
I've always had a sweet tooth when I was younger, and I've always loved ice cream.
Rosalina, not so much right away. She favored traditional icy desserts from her native Indonesia, not American ice cream.
We love sweet stuff, but we don't really love like ice cream, but more to like shave ice. I said, why don't we bring our Indonesia dessert to our menu?
And just like that, Creamberry started offering shaved ice.
So we have the secret ingredients, which is the sauce, the red one, that make it very good with the condensed milk, with everything fruits on top for the shaved ice, and then it's a good combination.
Danny's focus was on the full menu, adding unique treats from around the world to Creamberry, desserts like Thai-rolled ice cream and Filipino halo-halo. Recognizing the power of social media, Rosalina began posting photos and videos of their decadent creations to Instagram, and then later to TikTok. It's a practice that keeps modern ice cream parlors relevant, according to food historian Sarah Lohman.
I think social media is important because, I mean, there's people out there who are following ice cream places that maybe they'll go to, maybe they'll never go to, but it's like the visual appeal. Most people who buy cookbooks don't actually cook the recipes. It's like they flip through the pages to go on a journey. I think like social media and like ice cream social media lets us do that as well.
One of their most eye-catching treats, the legendary cotton candy burrito, a social media and IRL favorite.
Another one, maybe, ooh, look at this, the giant burrito.
Oh, the birthday burrito.
Yeah, the birthday burrito. I think that should be perfect for today.
#genius. The cotton candy burrito proves that something savory can be the sweetest inspiration.
I was having Mexican dinner one night, and of course eating burritos and tacos. That's where it gave me the idea, hey, why don't I try to experiment this into a dessert? And long and behold, it actually worked.
Rosalina was immediately impressed.
I was like, man, that's a good idea.
Creamberry was one of the first shops in the U.S. to offer the viral treat, but it took a few tries to perfect.
As everybody knows, cotton candy is very fragile, and any type of moisture or it would just ruin the cotton candy.
The first step in the process isn't posted on social media.
Spinning of the cotton candy is one of our trade secrets for our cotton candy burrito. So we usually spin it in the back in the kitchen.
The couple's young sons also deserve a shout out for their love of cotton candy and its impact on their business.
Our kids love cotton candy, so that's why that's the first time that we bring the cotton candy to our shop.
So what's more important, how their desserts look or how they taste?
Both.
Both.
If customers come in and they're visually attracted to it and they try it and it doesn't taste good, they're not going to come back and get the same dessert.
So we eat with our eyes, right? So there's always been effort and consideration into the appearance of food, but the more photographs we can take and the wider they get spread, like with the spread of Instagram and social media, I think there's been even more of a sort of focus on how our food looks on camera. And ice cream is sort of the perfect medium for that. Like you can have a really wild color, you can have this like a really elaborate sundae, or you can have something that's just like really bold and beautiful. Luckily, because it's ice cream, it all still tastes good while looking good at the same time.
Other Insta and TikTok-worthy finds include their made-to-order ice cream tacos and wild milkshakes. For Rosalina, the more social interaction, the better.
We really love to see the comments, how many likes we got, and then, you know, like a lot of people repost it too.
And those comments, good and bad, help the duo refine their creations.
Sometimes people say, oh, don't put too much sprinkled candy or whatever it is. And then sometimes we take it like, oh yeah, maybe not too much, just maybe only a little bit.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us as well, because then at least we can adjust what is necessary and to accommodate the customers.
The virtual shares are sweet, but it's even sweeter when followers from around the world get to try Creamberry.
We can never get enough of seeing all the smiles when the customers get their orders. Just the facial expression that they give us.
In an era when we're bombarded with options, the simple joy of heading out for ice cream has withstood the test of time.
I think that ice cream shops, spaces, parlors, ice creameries have survived because they've always fulfilled that community space and that family space. It's something that everybody can come together around.
And families behind the counter will keep scooping up sweet memories for years to come.
Well, it is hard to believe it has been nearly 30 years since our next guest burst into the Hollywood scene. Back in the 90s, Scott Wolf starred as Bailey in the hit show Party of Five.
These days, Scott is starring in a new Netflix film about a couple of underdogs. It's called Rescued by Ruby.
It focuses on a Rhode Island state trooper who hopes to join an elite canine unit with a shelter dog as his partner. Scott plays the man in charge of the unit.
I know how much you want this, how long you've waited. I'm a short guy. I barely made the height requirement. I had to work twice as hard to get to the same place as everyone else.
I'm used to working 10 times harder.
Like a guy who lists his shortcomings right off the bat. Scott is here, and his wife Kelly joining us as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
The cutest thing ever. They both just said I love you right before this. Before this segment started.
A last-minute reminder.
Yeah. So Scott, you said you knew right away, as soon as you saw this script, that this was the movie you'd been waiting for.
I did, and not just because the character was a short guy. The movie has incredible heart. You know, I think we all love a dog movie. I think these days to have something that's going to fill us with some joy and some positivity is always a great thing. But this was not your average dog movie. It's a true story based on this young Rhode Island state trooper whose lifelong dream was to be a canine officer. He himself struggles. You know, he has attention issues, and he can't afford one of these expensive dogs that are usually trained for this work. So it's this beautiful story of these two creatures who on their own are struggling to find what's best in them, and through meeting each other, they bring that best out.
And they always say, you know, working with children and dogs, you don't do.
That's right.
How was it working with
I have to say it was incredible. So this dog named Bear was the dog they cast to play Ruby. Had no experience in
Was it
front
really
of a camera.
a dog from a shelter or something?
Yes,
like that? I saw that in the credits. I was like, wait, what?
It's incredible. I mean, the whole movie, on camera and behind the scenes, is an incredible advertisement for rescuing animals. And in this case, yes, this dog was saved, and we're making a star of him.
Cute. For anybody watching, this is such a good movie. I was just telling them I watched it with my 9-year-old son last night, and he was at the edge of his seat, and it felt safe watching it. You know, it was like, it reminded me of like Lassie back in the day. I mean, it's just such a feel-good movie. Did you get an education too, working with the dogs and
100%. Yes. I mean, you know, one of the great things about being an actor is you get exposure to some of these worlds you wouldn't have otherwise. So meeting real canine teams, the humans and the partners. We shot on Vancouver Island, and some of the people you'll see in the movie are actual canine teams from the local department. They were technical support, but they also shared their wisdom and their knowledge and their love of the work they do. So it's kind of a love letter to people that do this incredibly important search and rescue work.
So it's Rhode Island. Did you have to work really hard to get the accent there?
We worked on it. Yeah, it is tricky. I had this little vocal exercise. There's this actor that I've always loved named Ron Eldard. So I would say Ron Eldard shops at Pottery Barn.
Okay. He walks to the house saying this, by the way. It's
and it becomes Ron Eldard shops at Pottery Barn.
It's funny you say this because this is a movie about a dog, and my husband and I, he's from Boston.
Yeah.
I don't think that dog and log rhyme. He thinks dog and log rhyme.
That's right.
Oh, you're right.
Dog.
Yep.
Dog. Yeah.
Harry, Gary, that's another one, right?
Like, that's funny.
And Grant Gustin, who people might know from The Flash, and an all-around incredible guy and great actor. He and I would just kind of stay in the accent throughout the day, and it made it easier to not pull in and out of it. But it was really, it was really fun.
It's tough to do.
Yeah. Hey, Kelly, do you know where the box of VHS tapes from party of
Oh, I
five
do.
all over the house?
I know exactly where they
Have
are.
you showed them to the kids? What?
We talk about this a lot. Like, we're not sure what the age is to sort of dip back into that
That's
and show
funny.
them. You'd have to guide that train more
How
than
old
I
are they
could.
now, your kids?
Our oldest is 12, so he's right there, right? There was some
I think
mature
he could.
subject matter.
12,
Yeah.
you have 9 and 7,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Woo, you're
But you
the-
were saying about the movie being comfortable and safe. I feel that way about Party Five, but I think it kind of dipped into some heavy topics.
Some heavier storylines, but if we watched along with them, and so we
Yeah.
could have conversations
could
about
talk
the
about
more mature stuff.
Well, before you leave us this morning, let's talk about, you have a new book. It's called Flow. Yes.
Tell us
It's
about
perfect
it.
for today.
Yeah.
So we were talking about how much worry everybody has right now. It's at an absolute fever pitch, and Flow stands for Finding Love Over Worry. It's also wolf spelled backwards.
Oh, look at that.
By the way,
story.
Flow
Lucked
came
out there.
first, and I saw that second, which was
He held it up in the mirror, and all of a sudden.
yeah, but what you were saying, Al, too, I agree. We have a better way. We can do things with our mind as well. And all that stuff about menopause was kind of scary.
Yes.
I think things like Flow and what's in this book can sort of help us to challenge that and not drop into worry and not drop into fear. Because that is really that's what we need.
Do you have a quick tip for us?
I say a lot. So it's all thought work. It's how we're choosing to look at the world. But in this case, it's probably not where you would think. We have to be moving our bodies. We have to have food in the morning, nourishing food. We need to take a time to just quiet our minds. And I really prioritize that. In the beginning of the book, before I get into the harder stuff, it's not hard.
details.
It's not hard at all. It's quite
Well,
simple.
Scott and Kelly, thank you so
Thank
much.
you guys. What a
You guys are
joy.
good.
Thank you.
You're just pure light.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
After a 2-year break, the world's ugliest dog contest returned over the weekend, with hopefuls from far and wide gathering together in Petaluma, California.
Okay, but when all was said and done, there could really only be one winner, and it was Mr. Happy Face, a 17-year-old Chihuahua mix. And right now, we're so happy to welcome him to our plaza along with his owner, Janita Benally. Did I say your name right, Janita?
You did.
Well, I mean, how is Mr. Happy Face taking this newfound fame?
I'm not sure that he has. It's been fully realized. I think he had his first airplane ride, which was really exciting, and this is quite possibly the most people that he's ever seen.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's all in good fun. I always feel kind of bad because we're sitting here saying it's the world's ugliest dog, but you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Absolutely. How did you get involved in entering him into this contest?
So it's actually a really strange story. I wanted something different to do for my birthday. I'm not from Petaluma, I'm from Arizona, and I was just in town and I reserved a chunk of time to mix and edit a radio show that I'm piloting for youth empowerment called Indigenous Youth Nation.
Yeah.
And we had, my niece had said, we're gonna be there and you should enter Mr. Happy Face. And I was like, no, he's too beautiful. Like, his soul is too beautiful.
He'll come in last place.
Yes, that's exactly
Where
what I thought.
did you get Mr. Happy Face?
So I adopted Mr. Happy Face from a shelter. And he came from a hoarding situation, and where he was very badly abused and neglected. And it took a long time for him to feel okay with human touch.
And how old is he? He's 17, right?
17 is what I was told.
17 years old. The name itself, Mr. Happy Face. How did you land on that?
I landed on Mr. Happy Face because when I met him at the shelter, I asked to see the most unadoptable dog.
Okay.
After my first choice had been already adopted, and I had already made the drive. So he came hobbling out, and he was so happy. Like he looked happy. Like you don't see it now, but he has this enormous tongue that is almost as long.
Is it
Oh no,
this
this is not it.
Really?
This is a sample.
Oh, it's like an iceberg.
Yeah, so this is a sample, but
It's an
is
iceberg,
almost.
you only see the tip of it. I get it.
Underneath is a whole other tongue situation.
yes, there
But Mr.
is.
Happy Face beat 8 other pups. What do you think it is about Mr. Happy Face? Is it the mohawk, the enormous tongue, the head tilt? Like what was it at the end of the day?
I think it's that he has this incredible capacity to show so much love. And I think that that's really what came through, is that the world it can be ugly enough.
Yeah.
You know, and so if we can just add a little bit of like kindness and compassion, then we can just make this whole world so much more beautiful.
You have a lot of love too. I love that you went in there and said, show me the unadoptable dog, and said, that's going to be my pet. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate having you here.
Congratulations. What do you win? What did...
So we actually won a trip to be here at the Today Show.
Let's go.
Okay. All right.
Let's go, Mr. Happy Face. Look at that smile. Thank you so much, Janita.
All right, it's time to get our game on.
And today we're playing one of our favorites. It's called Doppelganger.
Yeah, Hoda, this is your favorite this time. Okay, so just as a reminder, Hoda, you're playing for Haley.
Of course.
And Jenna, you are playing for Paula. Okay, so as a refresher, here's how it's going to work. Okay. You two will be alternating. You'll see on the screen a person and 3 dog options. It is your job to choose which dog belongs to its owner.
Okay, got it. This is so
Last
easy.
time you said it was all in the eyes. Let's see what your tactic is this time around. Okay, so the person, in order to ring in, you have to stand on the corresponding paw
ring
print.
in?
Yeah,
you just
We're
walk over.
versus each other?
yeah,
No, we go one at a time.
You're one at a time,
Yeah.
but you know, ring in.
Okay.
And then if it's not your turn, you will be waiting in the doghouse.
Do you have dog ears on?
So do
You do have dog ears, a
Dalmatian.
Dalmatian and a little brown puppy.
Okay.
So sweet.
Sweet.
Okay,
we're
Hoda, you're up first. Are you ready? Okay,
Wait,
let's
Hoda.
put them on up.
Because
Okay, this is Miles from New Rochelle, New York.
simple. Miles B.
Unfortunately,
It's C.
that dog is so
no, it's
sad.
A.
It's A. That's his dog's name is Sadie.
Sadie. That's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right.
Okay, Jenna, ready?
Yes.
Good luck.
Great at this game. Go
This
ahead.
is Lauren from Houston,
Oh,
Texas.
I know this one. It's the most obvious of all.
Hoda, is that what you're going to go for too?
She doesn't get to steal.
No, I know. I was just wondering.
Go ahead.
No.
That is incorrect.
You know where I was
Unfortunately,
going?
It is C.
I knew it was C. You know why? Because it looks like C. Would be right.
That's not true.
That's her lab, Woody.
No, but look at the eyes.
Fine.
Okay,
It's the eyes.
continue.
Okay.
0-0. This game's going well.
Hoda, this
Yeah.
is Ellie from New York, New York. Is it A, B, or C?
Sorry, this is a layup.
Yes, you are right. Slam dunk. That is Ellie's dog.
That's called Boo.
Okay, getting this right this time. All right, Jenna.
Did you just call me a boo?
No, I said boom.
This is C, our former graphics coordinator from Tampa, Florida.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Is it A, B,
we know C, so-
or
I know C, but do you know C's dog?
Yes, I do. No.
Oh, wow!
What just happened? I'm just going to tell you what went down here. No, I'm going to tell you what went down. Let me tell you what went down. Jenna was here, and you looked at her like no. So Jenna,
I didn't mean
wait.
to.
So then Jenna went like this.
That's not true. I
looking
see.
for
I know
eye
C's dog.
contact.
See, I've seen that picture.
I'm sorry, I did not. I did not realize I made a face. I will
Yes, you
cover my
did. You
face
were like
time.
this.
No, I didn't mean to. I
No.
swear. But that's her dog tofu.
That's okay. We're going to give you that point.
Okay.
Karma will
All
come
right,
get
Hoda,
you.
I'll give you a face this time. This
No
is
faces, no
Mallory
faces.
from
Don't give
Athens,
faces.
Georgia.
Hold on, let me think for 1 second. Mallory.
Unfortunately, no, it's
It was
A,
A.
and that's
It's
her
so
dog,
easy. Look at her
Millie.
eyes.
But C is one of my favorite kind of dogs, as a side note.
This game is really.
Well, you guys are
I love
tied,
this
actually.
game.
You're doing well.
Tied.
Okay. Jenna, this is Nora from Columbus,
Nora.
Ohio. A, B, or C?
You do not know. Oh, I know. It's locked in. Go ahead. You pick one. Let's see what happens. Is it Ducky, Skinny Dog, or Puffy?
Or Puffy. I'm
No,
sorry. No, I'm saying it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Sorry, it was Skinny Dog, and that's what I was going to pick.
The Italian Greyhound named Gio.
Okay, you have to look away.
Wait, no.
No, you didn't get two. It was one.
Okay, one.
No, I
wait.
have two. I got the
You
other
have
one.
two,
I got
yeah.
C's dog, if you remember correctly.
Oh, after that. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Hoda. This is Rachel and Michael from New York, New York.
Do they both look like their dog?
That is, hold on, let me look.
It's so
Well, this is really like a siblings or dating game too.
Probably.
They're a beautiful
Our games
couple.
are super brilliant. It's hard.
You got it! That is correct! That's their mini golden doodle jagger.
Okay.
Wow, okay, it's tied, guys.
Okay, tiebreaker to me.
Ready?
Wait,
okay.
tiebreaker.
No, this is for both of you can get this.
Okay, good. We'll each pick.
Either of you can pick.
Okay, good.
Okay? This is Jackie from Canahan, Illinois.
Go ahead and pick yours.
He looks like Blake.
Yeah, he does.
Go ahead.
Jenna, you are the winner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is her dog named
Bow wow
Cinda.
wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay.
Wow, 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 yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Bow wow,
Do you
yippee-yo,
still think
yippee-yay.
this is your favorite?
I do love this
Okay,
game.
good.
I do
Great.
love this game.
Okay,
I still
good.
love the game.
Good. Team Jenna wins. That means the folks at Bed Bath & Beyond are
Sorry,
sending Paula a
Haley.
$300 gift card. But don't worry, we're sending Haley a Hoda and Jenna t-shirt.
She does.
and mug.
Haley loves that.
Haley
All
loves
right.
it.
Thank you. Thanks, Donna. Okay, if you want to be part of Donorama, head to HodaandJenna.com. Hit the connect button.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Wouldn't it be great to know first thing in the morning? I think we hear Roker.
I hear Al.
Clip Al's mic before something bad happens.
Yeah, because I think he's going to the bathroom.
Definitely don't want to hear
Of
that.
a day is in store. Do you ever like to know that?
Yeah, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do have something perhaps even better. 13-year-old Noodle the pug and his human, Jonathan Graziano, together. They have been setting the daily tone for millions of people all around the world. Take a look. It all started with a single adorable TikTok back in August.
You are here just in time for another round of No Bones, which is a game where we find out if Noodle has bones this morning or not. All right, so we found that he does not have bones this morning.
Noodle the pug has since become a daily harbinger of our collective battle. Do we really want to get out of bed? And millions across social media are turning to 13-year-old Noodle to find answers. Every morning, Noodle's owner, Jonathan Graziano, attempts to roust Noodle out of his slumber. If he flops down, it's a no-bones day.
So it's a no bones morning, no bones morning.
Time to lay low and maybe not take any risks.
So like if today was the day you were planning to call your sister and tell her you just hate her husband, like today is not the day to do that.
If Noodle remains standing, it's a bones day.
Oh my gosh, oh, it's a bones day, look at that.
Time to head out into the world and tackle the day with gusto.
You know what that means. Treat yourself today. Get that extra guac. Buy that jet ski.
There have been over 200 million TikToks alone about this wise old sage in the form of a pug.
If it's a no bones day, I just stay in bed.
One user even claiming they were talking about him at the Pentagon.
A lieutenant colonel at the Navy Pentagon legitimately just started this briefing with, I don't know if it's a bones or no bones day, so let's just get started.
Noodle the pug might not be a matter of national security, but at least he's keeping us all entertained. Well, we are having a bones day because we're so excited to meet Noodle and Jonathan. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
So this is just like Noodle's thing since you've had him all these years?
Yeah, like I adopted him when he was 7.5 years old, and we just learned very quickly that in the mornings, if he is not ready to wake up or go on a walk, he's gonna do what he can to prevent that from happening.
Well, I know you hear from people when good things happen.
Yeah.
So what good fortune has your puppy brought to people?
So Noodle has brought joy to so many people online. I can't believe it. There's this no bones video is something that I would just do as a silly little ritual for us in the morning to check in and see how he was doing. And then it took off and people started using it as a forecast for how their day was going to go. And I leaned into it. You know, we all need a little positivity right now. And,
a little extra guac.
and extra guac. Well, especially if it's from the internet. The internet's going to do something nice, like let's roll with it. Let's roll with it.
But to be clear, though, like a no bones day doesn't necessarily mean a bad day, right?
No, thank you. We really need to change the narrative on a no bones day. I think a bones day. Seriously, if you're listening, so a bones day is a day where you just have to go after your ambition or a task you were putting off. You know, a no bones day is a day where you just have permission to, wear soft clothes.
Self-care.
Yeah, self-care, take a bath.
Can we see if today's going to be a bones day or
Would you want to wager on this?
Oh, I'm all about a wager.
Wait, is there anything about the television appearance that's taking Noodle out of the routine every day?
The television appearance, and there is a table full of cheese over here to my left, which you can see he is.
Noodle is looking at Lydia Bastianich right now with loving eyes.
He knows about this. Let me tell you.
We will take this answer for gospel, right?
Yeah, we have to.
We have to.
Okay, we're ready. All right, well, I think
I'm going no bones.
I'm going bones.
Okay.
I'm going bones.
I'm going bones. I think it's.
I'm going to go no bones as well. I'm taking no bones.
I want to have a no bones day.
We want sweatpants, person. Okay, ready?
Take your time.
Take your time, yeah.
Take your
Hi,
time.
Noodle.
Lay down, buddy.
Get up.
Lay down.
Bones day.
Bones
It's a bones day. It's a bones day. You did so.
I have to go to the gym now.
You did so. I know. Unfortunately, you have to.
It was the cheese, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the cheese.
You're pretty spectacular too, Jonathan.
the
Jonathan, you are everything.
Really.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
This dog
Thank
is
you
my
so much.
joy. And
Does it surprise you what has happened since last August when you put this thing up?
Oh, he's getting out.
You're taking,
it's an extra bones
This is
day.
a weird temperature of our country, and and you're sort of setting the agenda for society.
Yeah, which I had no intention of doing. I had no intention of that, but it's been overwhelming. It's been overwhelming. It's been a really incredible. Again, it's been so positive. I get mentions from people who say they were waiting. It was a bones day, so they decided to propose to their partner.
Aww.
It was they put a down payment on their house. A woman the other day said it was a bones day, so she bought a lotto ticket and won $500,000.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Serious.
Bones day every
She'll be
day.
on the show tomorrow. We gotta book her.
I can't keep up with it. Like I cannot keep up with it, and it's just so. He's the light of my life, and to get to share him with people is really, really special.
He is really.
Oh wait, now it's no
magical.
bones. Now it's no bones.
That was the moment.
Our rule is that all he has to do is show us the bones, and then he can do it.
By the way, John, God bless you for adopting Noodles later in life too. There's a lot of love there.
Thank you. It's one of the things about all this that's been, it's been so positive, and people have been so nice about it. But I'm so keen to let people know, like I adopted Noodle, and he was 7.5 years old, and he was loved his whole life. but
Yeah.
he needed to find a new home, and there are so many dogs out there that are in the exact same boat, and I got the jackpot.
If you ever need any dog sitting, Noodle can stay. We love Noodle. Hi everybody, good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
does.
Yes.
This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
Refresh and reorganize for fall.
Start today.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, Donna, we ready to play?
Hi, ladies. I'm ready too.
Okay.
All right, let's find out our favorite part. Who you're playing for.
Okay.
And on Team Hoda, it's Peccaday Hyman from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Lake Charles,
Yes.
go Peccaday.
And on Team Jenna, we have Julie Frady from Chicago,
Yeah, Julie.
Illinois.
I call her Jules.
You
All right, let's see who's going to win this time. This is an important game because before we start, we've added something new.
Okay.
A tiara.
Oh my gosh, a Donarama tiara?
Right now, this is because right now the two of you are tied in Donarama wins.
Oh, that's
but
just the end?
Starting, no, it's not the end. It's just the beginning, some would say. But starting today, if you win the round, you will be crowned the Donarama champ of the week. And isn't there nothing you want more than to be crowned?
Nothing I want.
Okay, so now to the game. Since it's National Bring Your Dog to Work Day, we're bringing back Doggleganger.
Doggleganger, I love
You
this.
remember it well.
Yep.
But here's how it works. I'll show you a picture of one of our viewers and 3 dogs, and you'll have to guess which dog belongs to the human on the screen.
Okay.
We'll
All right.
alternate, and this week, Jenna, you're up first.
Oh, great.
Let's do it.
Okay, Jenna, here is Carly from Ocean City, New Jersey.
Okay, Carly. I think Carly's doppelganger is B.
You are correct, Jenna.
How did you know it?
That's her dog, Lily, and she's an Irish Cream Golden. Okay.
Wait, I need to have the
One for
monitor
you.
here. I can't see. Come on. This is not, I can't see it. It's
Let's
in a
push
very
that
awkward
monitor a little
position.
closer.
Yes.
Okay, Hoda. This is PJ from Morristown, Tennessee.
PJ from
Easy.
Morristown. Oh,
I mean,
simple. This is such a layup.
Sure is.
It is B.
Yes! Hoda, good job. That's his dog Miles, and he's a
Peccaday,
Schnauzer.
another one for you.
Okay, tied. Jenna, this is Nikki from New York.
Okay, Nikki. Wow, Nikki looks just like.
Oh, I got Nikki.
Just like C.
Oh, no, try A.
Oh, I was going to pick C too, actually.
Well, that's her
that
Pup
was my
Winnie
pick.
toy poodle.
I feel like that's a trick.
That was hard. I mean, all of these are pretty,
Don't
you know.
worry, Peccaday. We have another one coming.
It's okay. Yeah, I like that we're calling her Jules. Okay, Hoda. This is Tevin from Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, Tevin, don't you worry. I'm just focusing. Sweet eyes. I'm going with A.
You know, I would have guessed A, but it's C.
C.
That's Amos, and he's a 2-year-old Boston Terrier.
No,
What a
it isn't.
cutie.
There's a science behind it. It's very sad.
It's the eyes. It's the eyes.
Okay.
Okay, Jenna, this is Benton from Nolansville,
Okay.
Tennessee.
Oh, how sweet.
I know, Benton's adorable.
I know
think
Benton.
Benton looks just like B.
You are correct.
That's,
So
by the
They're
way,
both adorable,
Ringers,
and
Ringers.
that's Graham Cracker. How cute.
Oh, that's his name?
Graham
That's
Cracker.
what I called
He's a
my
Cavapoo.
grandma. Graham.
Okay, Hoda. Here is Cheryl from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hang on, Cheryl. Oh, Cheryl, you're B.
Wow, yes, that is
You know why? It was the high pony that gave it away.
Yeah, I agree. And Pippa, what a cute name. Okay, Jenna, this is Dr. Jonathan from Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Okay, well, Dr. Jonathan looks just like A.
You know what? It's C.
What?
Between A and
I know. I would have been between A and C,
Now
too.
that's a hard one, yeah.
That's Buddy Bichon Frise. Okay, Hoda, this is Michael from Washington, D.C. A, B, or C?
Michael, you're A all the way.
Yeah, I know. Is that kind of a no-brainer?
Yeah, it was a gimme. I
And
can tell.
His dog's name is Dolly. So
Oh, wait,
cute.
that's it?
No.
Oh, wait, Jenna gets one chance to tie. No, you went first.
Yes, that's actually it.
Can I have my tiara?
Hoda, yes, you absolutely
Pick
can.
a day.
Team
You
Hoda
can
wins.
have
The
it
folks
too.
at Barnes & Noble are sending Peckaday a $300 gift card.
Peckaday.
Don't worry, Jenna. Julie, you are getting a Hoda and Jenna mug and T-shirt. And
your little
Julie,
short
I know,
outfit
doesn't
is.
she look adorable? Thank you. My mom got them for me.
Oh,
Okay.
your mom is so cute. This
that
is
tiara is lovely.
It fits you nicely, and it matches with the pink.
It's a little
Are you gonna wear it all
small,
day?
but no.
I think you should.
No.
No, really, Hoda, you
If
should.
you want to be part of Donorama,
Because you can't move, right?
head to HodaandJenna.com. Hit the connect button.
It's part of the current cultural conversation. A hashtag child-free lifestyle, which has more than 270 million views on TikTok. The U.S. birth rate decreased by 4% from 2019 to 2020, making it the lowest number of births since 1979. And 44% of non-parents ages 18 to 49 say it is unlikely that they will have children someday. Even celebs like Mary J. Blige have weighed in about being child-free.
I like my freedom. I like being able to get up and go and move and do what I want to do. I don't want to pretend to someone all the time.
Now that I'm 30, becoming a mom isn't supposed to be a far-off stage of life. The once taboo topic of infertility has become a dominating and important conversation. But it's also created a fear that's taken space for the initial question, do I even want kids? To find out, I got a little help from some new friends. Candace Bushnell, she's the 63-year-old author of Sex and the City who opted for a child-free lifestyle. Ty Beauchamp, this 44-year-old media maven and entrepreneur, decided to freeze her eggs in hopes to have children one day. Susana Madrigal. By day, she runs an advertising agency, but the 48-year-old especially loves her title of mom to daughter Annalisa. Together, these ladies are helping me find my way.
I am so happy to have this conversation with you all, and I really want it to be just as raw and open as you want to be. I think it is going to start a lot of conversations beyond this and help a lot of people out, including myself, to be quite honest with you. I am a little bit taking advantage of the resources I have to be able to culminate all the knowledge and make decisions for myself moving forward. How would you define being a mother?
Definitely not what I expected, but what I tell my daughter all the time, I'm here to be her protective guide through life. So whatever pitfalls or whatever shortcuts I can offer her, I'm going to tell her the truth about it and be here for her. I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear, but I'm going to hug you at the end of it, and I'm going to tell you that I love you.
I'm not a mother yet. I am a godmother of 7. I would define motherhood and being a mother as giving, loving, something I look forward to, even though, quite frankly, at 44, there are question marks about whether or not I'll do it. There are certain parts of me right now at 44 where I'm evolving and also resolved. Like, how much of my life do I really want to change?
It's something that you're thinking about doing.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was 43, I'd just gotten married. My husband was 10 years younger, and I suppose we could have had kids.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want to have kids. I said I didn't want to have kids, and we never ever talked about it or thought about it again.
Wow. I've always desired to be a mother. Like, honestly, my best friend from childhood, I'm still best friends with now, will say that I talked about motherhood more than I did being married. I was told to focus on my career, and that's what I did. I forgot that you have, if you want relationship, you have to invest in that too.
Yeah. When I was in my 20s, it was the early 80s, you were somehow going to have it all. You were going to have a career, you were going to be married, you were going to have kids. Meanwhile, nobody had any idea, like, what does this career really look like? What does it really require? Because nobody had seen their mothers even doing it. You know, I mean, my mother worked, she started her own business, but you know, if you, like, a woman having a career was like, oh, keep that really quiet. We don't know anybody who does that. That was one of the things that was one of the driving forces of Sex and the City. Being a single woman in her 30s and hearing everybody tell you if you were a woman and when you turned 35, it was like the light switch went off.
Having a 28-year-old daughter, there still is a buzzer when it comes to the scary 35. She doesn't know if she ever wants to have kids, but just the possibility. She's like, do I have to find a boyfriend right now in order to, you know, have that, because that society still pushes.
So I froze my eggs at 35. I think the narrative that we've told ourselves about leaning into the career and leaning heavily into one area or certain areas of our lives and not putting the investment in the other areas. And that's what I would have done differently. We have to think about our lives holistically. And if you want return on the investment, you have to invest in it. And it doesn't mean that the investment is always going to yield. It's a risk, right?
I do think of life sort of as you can't talk about the personal without talking about the professional if you are in a career that you love and that you dream of. And so for me, I have spent so much time on my career happily, but it's only now that I'm starting to get into dating, sort of. I mean, I've had boyfriends in the past, I've had serious relationships, but I do think that now I'm sort of starting to think about my personal life as something I kind of need to conquer.
Yes.
In a way, as opposed to it just being there and being fun.
Relationships are still in the forefront. Yeah. Love is still in the forefront. I don't think that you give that up just because you choose to go, you know, and focus on your career. But now I see there's more strength behind it too. They're not dating someone just to have a boyfriend, you know, because like in the 80s, you know, where it was like, oh, I need this. It was just expected when we were growing up. If you got married and had babies right away and got your career, then happiness and joy was the reward with that.
Right.
And that's not true.
You already know you have so many options. So as you're considering the options of who you date, when you date, how you date, think about your life in this totality. Like, think about it and not be like fear-based around it, not like have it like, you know, give you anxiety, but think about what are those things that I imagine for my life? And what are the things that I want to imagine for my life for a lifetime and not just for a season?
When we first met and I told you my age, you said, freeze your eggs. That was the first thing that you said, freeze your eggs.
I say that to a lot of people and they're like, you just met me? I'm like, do it. I want younger women to have options and to know what their options are, whatever it is you decide for yourself. When I did it, it was about $17,000 of an investment in total. I spend $1,200 a year to preserve the eggs, and it feels like a worthwhile investment to me.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Yeah.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
If there was a scale of hope and pressure, where do you fall on that scale?
I'm accepting, and I don't feel pressured. There are certain things about my life I don't want to change. I just flew in from Aruba. I can do that with not having a child. If I have children, it takes a lot more resource in order for me to live my life the way that I like. I have learned that the longer you wait, the more comfortable you get with what you know. And what you know is what you will tend to lean into. It becomes a lot more difficult to change your mind and your thinking and to unlearn all the things that you've learned.
Well, and that's part of the societal norm that we sort of need to assess.
I was a lock-up key kid.
Yeah.
I mean, all of us had our little, necklace key, and it's like we were taking care of ourselves. I was cooking for my brother. It was just like, where were mom and dad? They were working. My mother was doing the best she could with what she knew at the time.
Absolutely.
And she's grown so much, and I'm so proud of her, and I love her to pieces. I was deathly afraid of being disappointed and burdened like she was. And I didn't want to make somebody else feel that way because I didn't like feeling like a burden, growing up. I don't like babies. I don't like Cabbage Patch Kids. I never played with dolls. I never liked kids. I had to take care of my little brother. And so I was deathly afraid. And so when I did find out the first time, I was married and I was taking my pills, diligently, and I got pregnant. I ended up getting an ectopic pregnancy. When I spoke to the doctor next, he says, well, your chances of getting pregnant again are nil to void. And I thought, I knew it. I knew I was not meant to be a mother. I was right all along. And so I throw away my birth control pills, and a month later, I'm pregnant again.
You were meant to be a mom then.
I don't believe in coincidences. And I felt that I was being offered this challenge for a reason, and it was something that I needed to explore. And I didn't realize it, but I started to feel the icicles melt off my heart.
There's a recent Pew study that came out in 2021 that said 44% of adults between 18 to 49 who are non-parents have said they are likely to not have kids. Why do you think people are talking about this more?
You don't believe that?
You don't believe that. Why?
Tell me why.
Well, right now, over the age of 50 it's like 85% of women have children, which is huge. The more women who can have children do have children.
Because of the options, maybe?
I don't know if it's because of the options or if it's because of, it's I don't know, difficult to live socially unless you do have kids. I mean, is it really a choice if almost every woman is having a child? I don't know. Is it societal? It's interesting.
As the creator of Sex and the City, you created these characters, two of which never had kids.
I am so sick of these people with their children. I'm telling you, they're everywhere.
Was that just something that you didn't think twice of because it sort of emulated yourself?
It was really about a time when women were putting off getting married and having kids. They're your Sex and the City years, you're with your girlfriends, then they're the reproductive years when that's where you are. You're thinking about having a house, a partner, children. All of this is just really about technology that allows women to delay child birthing options.
One of the things that's interesting is I think that the career years have lengthened. I think the growth of women in the workplace, we're earning more and we extend those years. And so now being in my reproductive years at 44 is a little late, quite frankly.
To me, it seems so normal.
Does it seem normal?
Yes.
Only because I froze my eggs. Only because I froze my eggs, though. The career years are being lengthened and the reproductive years are coming later without the science and the technology and without the financial resource. Then you're left wondering what happens if you didn't think about it earlier.
Also, The landscape has changed.
Yes.
It used to be, oh, she's a working mom, she's a stay-at-home mom. Oh, she decided to have a career. I love that now. I mean, we get to choose whatever flavor of life we want that fits us.
I do feel like most women want to have kids, and if you want to have kids, you should be able to have them. But also, we shouldn't tell women that the only path to happiness is having kids.
Sure.
Or
For
not
sure.
having kids.
You know,
if you want it, do it. If it fits right for you, then do it. Just be genuine and be authentic. And just go with it.
The actual choice of becoming a mother is something that so many people are now finally, I think, feeling the freedom and almost the bravery of being able to talk about that, because I think that, for example, Mary J. Blige just recently said on her decision to not having kids, she said, "I like my freedom." And when I read that, I was thinking about that because as a 30-year-old living alone, I have a lot of freedom. In thinking about this choice, I realized, wait a minute, I fear that freedom will turn into a void for me. And in realizing that, I kind of am leaning more towards, oh wait, maybe I do want to have kids. Maybe it's not a societal pressure that I feel, but let me reflect on that.
I think that that's powerful, and I that's one of the things that I absolutely love about social media and the conversations that we're having. It goes back to the options, but the reality is that every age we're always going to be evolving, which is why I say, as you take in this information, as you assess, as you evaluate, as you say, okay, this is what I'm thinking right now, why not create as many options for yourself as possible? When I started to share this story of me freezing my eggs, it was not standard, and especially for a Black woman to talk about it. I can't tell you how many people said that they read the article in Essence, or they saw me on the cover of the New York Post, or whatever, talking about this before Facebook. I wanted women to think about their options. It wasn't because you have to do this. Just know that there are options out there for you, and I love that you're considering what those options are.
Time goes on, I think we'll have more and more time and more technology to decide whether, when, how we're going to have children. I mean,
I agree.
It's, a lot of people on TikTok at 30 years old saying, oh, I'm not going to have kids. You know what? Give them 10 years. I promise you, half of them will have kids, because it's something that it's life. Life happens to you when you're not looking. It's like, I fell in love, it's like people do kind of grow up and evolve.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
This is so healthy.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Did ambition play a role, a factor into your decision to not have kids?
Even when I was a kid, I didn't want kids. I always felt like I would be an outlier by not having kids, but I was okay with that. I wanted to be in New York and be a writer, and you know, being married and having kids wasn't part of the culture.
And was it not part of what fulfilled you also?
It wasn't something that I was thinking was going to fulfill me. I was, you know, it's like you come to New York, you kind of, the understanding is you come here to make it. So you come here to, you know, maybe having kids and being married is part of it, but it's like you are coming to New York to make it because it's too hard to live. It was too hard to live here.
Yeah.
So.
And you made it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever thought about my ambition getting in the way of it. I do know that I was always incredibly driven. And I think it was easy for me to prioritize my career. My career was an outcome of what I did. It didn't rely on anyone else. So I could trust Ty Beauchamp. I'm like, Ty can do this, and Ty will focus and do this. I was raised by single Black women. And so for them, there wasn't the luxury. It was like, you have to achieve, you have to. And they taught me what they knew. And education was it, and focusing on building yourself was it, because we were told that we couldn't rely on anyone else.
Yes.
I'm trying to unlearn a lot of those things now in order to build trust in a relationship. I'm trying to unlearn those things in order to really be a great partner and hopefully a wonderful wife. But ambition was it, because that's what I was taught the Holy Grail was.
And that was how you were going to survive.
And exactly.
You know, that would happen with or without kids.
It's a message that it's like that I guess I got as a kid was that, you know, well, you don't rely on a relationship to make you happy.
I got married at 19, had Annalisa at 20, you know, and it was just, I was so young, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what life was about. And putting myself, you know, in second place all the time, I never did get to put myself through college. I instead just worked, went up the ranks, and then am now, you know, I've never had to rely, you know, on anyone, but I've always had myself.
And I do think it's interesting, though, in looking back, Ty, I know that you were saying there are things that you would have changed. What does that mean? Does that mean you would have prioritized things differently?
Absolutely. I would have prioritized things differently. You become more set in your ways. And so, like I said, I'm trying to unlearn a lot of things that have worked for me as a single person. Once I become a mother, I'm gonna have to unlearn a lot of things that have worked for me as, you know, not being a mom, right? I tell all young women I meet, from the time you're out of college or whatever until you're 28, 29, go crazy. Get to know yourself through relationships. But then if you think that you might want to partner with someone, in my experience, I would have done it a lot sooner and with intention. I always saw myself as a wife. I always saw myself having a partner once I started to think about that. But it was so easy, and it was almost natural and instinctive for me to prioritize career. It's why I can start one business, but with Brown Girl Jane, I have incredible business partners because I know I want to live in partnership. And so I would prioritize differently.
I love that. I know I want to live in partnership.
I
think
know
that's
I want to live
so
in partnership.
Powerful.
I want to
so
live
important.
in partnership, and that for me is my truth. Now, as I said, I'm trying to figure out all these tools to sharpen it, to get good at it and get better at it, because I didn't have it as a baseline.
Some of my friends and I talk about the fear of responsibility.
That's real.
Do you feel that too? Or does that just mean I'm not ready? What is that?
I think, well, fear is something that I think is a healthy tool. I think about my life changing both, you know, in partnership, long term. I think about my life changing with children and what that looks like. And I have to have honest conversations with myself about what I'm willing to amend, what I wouldn't be willing to amend, and then figuring out the resources I need to live that. But fear is real, you know, fear is real. I mean, the thought of not being able to get on a plane when I want, I'm like, kid, like,
Well,
what
thank
we
you
gonna
for
do?
saying that.
I mean,
because
it's true.
But
I love
don't,
my life.
I don't think a lot of people, touch on that. And I think that that's such a real component. Sometimes you're so in your head and you think.
I mean, are you afraid that you're going to just say, I can't do this? And
No, but I just am sort of like, I don't feel ready yet to
change your life.
Well, it's not even that. I still feel like, as I said earlier, like a student of
you
life.
still have seeds to,
you know?
you have seeds
Yes.
to sow.
Yeah.
But what I imagine happens is that some of those things that even I'm afraid of, I'll start to feel the love and feel supported and nurtured and get what I need in the marriage and also in the love of the child, right? So it'll start to, I don't know if
balance out.
harmony. There'll be some harmony.
I wanted to make sure that I had with her was a relationship.
Yeah.
I never wanted her to feel unwanted, so maybe I went overboard and I included her in everything. If Annalisa did oh Mom, are you gonna have dinner with me? Well, you know what? Is it okay if I bring my kid to our dinner meeting? And I would bring her and I would involve her and I wanted her to see what it was to be in an adult situation. I wanted her to see herself in a career. I wanted her to want more and to be exposed to more.
Right.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Yes.
This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
To refresh and reorganize for fall.
Start today.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're talking about the choice, but some women and some people are not afforded the choice.
Right.
And based on different circumstances. So what do you want them to take away from this conversation?
I'm a believer in the power of women. I believe that in all of my bones. We are equipped abundantly to deal with circumstances even when they're the most challenging. You have to trust deeply that with whatever hands we're dealt, that we can rise to the occasion and do the best, and then seek support as much as possible.
And I think happiness and growth is not a one-size-fits-all.
I mean, we live in a different time when people can be single. We don't have to live the same way that we used to. People are going to have kids under all kinds of different circumstances.
Of course, younger people who have this new landscape, there is no model.
Right.
And so it really is a pick and pull, right? That you're saying, okay, I like what this means. I like what this signifies. I like what this brings. And then deciding for yourself. And that makes it very challenging because it's not like, just following a roadmap, like saying, I want to be this or look like, because it doesn't, it's not all that meets the eye. But I think that's powerful because now we just have to take all these moments, right?
I regret having gotten married so young, but I do not regret what came out of that.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't change that for the world. Not for the world. I because of that experience, I became someone I never thought I had the capability of becoming. I've grown so much. I see people so differently now. Now, what I would have done was, having taken the chance, and instead of trying to sustain a certain lifestyle and just keep working, not to the mansion, part of it, but I should have at least invested in myself and gone ahead and decided, instead of having a career choose me, having chosen a career.
I think the power of choice is everything now. And I think sometimes figuring out what to do with that
is sometimes daunting.
Yeah.
Now with so many options, it's almost like which one is the yellow brick road? I think what it ultimately comes down to is consciousness and also not just acting for right now. At least as we look at all of these yellow brick roads, right? You're like, what do I want to be most conscious about now?
Right.
What are you thinking you'd like to do?
I really went in thinking, like, gosh, everyone just expects you to be a mom at a certain age. I think that that's what you're supposed to do. So I never really paused to think about, what do I want to do? I think ultimately I do want to have kids. I think that, you know, preserving that in any way to elongate the amount of time that you can maybe do that and make the right decisions for yourself is something that's at the forefront for me. I don't feel ready for that right now, but I hope to be ready for that at some point.
Great. Sometimes it's just making the best of where you are, as opposed to like all the what ifs.
I love that. There is no wrong choice when you make the choice for yourself. There are so many roads to motherhood, and I see so many incredible people who mother who don't have biological children. I've also thought about adopting. There are so many ways to it, but I think just the consciousness. So I'm rooting you on.
It just feels good to peel back the layers that, you know, we're human beings. So we are allowed to have a lot of opinions and thoughts and maybe pivot points in different decision-making processes and in different choices. And I think let's pass that awareness on.
Hey there, everyone. It's time for another episode of Pop Start Plus. On today's show, our visit with the cast of the new Lord of the Rings series. They're going to take us inside the highly anticipated expansion of the hit franchise. Plus, did you hear that Stranger Things tallied 13 Emmy nominations this year, including Outstanding Drama Series? Just ahead, our conversation with Brett Gelman, who plays the hilarious Murray on the show. And nobody puts baby in the corner. Dirty Dancing just turned 35 years old, if you can believe it. We're going to bring you an interview from our vault with the late, great Patrick Swayze. But first, here's Carson with today's Pop Star.
First up on Pop Start, lots to get to today. House of the Dragon. Remember how we told you yesterday? It seemed like literally everybody was watching this show, the premiere on Sunday night. Well, it turns out that was the case. The premiere of Game of Thrones, the prequel series here, racked up nearly 10 million views, the biggest audience for any new original series in HBO's history. And despite a few technical hiccups with network streaming app, the debut episode made House of the Dragon the longest trending topic on Twitter. It was ranked #1 for 14 straight hours. Let's take a look at what folks online were saying about the premiere. One person tweeted, me 35 seconds into House of the Dragon. Along with this one, this is the meme of Michael Scott. No question about it, I am ready to get hurt again. Another fan writing, I'm someone who was severely disappointed with the final season of Game of Thrones, and this was exceptional. If the rest of the season keeps this level of quality, wow. And if you missed that first episode, you have until this Sunday to catch up. New episodes are going to air weekly until the season finale on October 23rd. Did you guys see it? Anybody see it yet?
I'm going to.
Dying
It's
to see
my
it.
cue.
Next up, Harry Styles, the pop superstar, has landed on the first ever global cover of Rolling Stone magazine. And inside the issue, Harry opening up about his acting career, what it's like having his love life in the spotlight, and about finding a new audience with his #1 single, As It Was. Harry telling the magazine how a surprising number of men stop him on the street to talk about that track. Of course, we all remember our packed plaza. Fans were rocking out to that one when we were kicking off our concert series back in May. And even though his new music has only been out for a few months, Harry's also revealing that he's already working on his next album, sharing how he and his collaborators are already workshopping new ideas, saying, I think all of us are so excited to get back to it, which feels insane because we just put out. No, that's when you know you're on a roll.
Yeah, exactly.
You just can't stop writing hits. We don't know where he finds the time to do all of his writing. Harry's currently in the middle of a 15-show residency right down the street here at Madison Square Garden, where he's going to be until late September before moving on to a series of concerts in Chicago and LA. Maybe he should swing by the karaoke bus.
Yeah, there you go.
Take a shot at it. Next up, Mick Jagger. There probably aren't many times when you can look at a rock and roll icon and say to yourself, well, this is actually relatable. But perhaps jamming out at a Coldplay concert is our great unifier. Take a look. Shot at Wembley. That's insane. That was yesterday. Mick Jagger tweeted that video yesterday saying, well, way up in the stands there, that's at Wembley Stadium, obviously Coldplay's concert, and even the Rolling Stones legend. Kind of cool to see him having a moment when Fix You comes on like the rest of us do.
Wow. What a compliment, too. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Yep. And finally, the home edit. Just last week, Clea Scherer of the famous organizing duo stopped by today to share an update on her battle with breast cancer and also to give us a sneak peek at a very special edition of the Home Edit magazine. It features our very own Savannah Guthrie's kitchen makeover, and now this morning we have a first look at that fall issue cover, and there it is. Inside you can check out how the team was able to make Savannah's kitchen more cooking friendly and find fresh tips and tricks to help organize your home through some cool real life projects. The magazine is available for pre-order starting today.
And of course, there's more to know because this is Pop Start Plus, after all. First up, Saturday Night Live. This week, a group of SNL alums sat down with Entertainment Weekly to look back on their time at the iconic show. Kate McKinnon, Maya Rudolph, Seth Meyers, Amy Poehler, and Martin Short all joined the chat. The Only Murders in the Building star took a moment to address some retirement rumors that have been swirling around the internet about his co-star and fellow SNL alum, Steve Martin.
Do you really think Steve Martin is going to retire after this?
No, he's not retiring. In fact, he was just being facetious. They said, "Are you thinking of retiring?" He said, "Well, I have my 12th book. I'm on a TV series, and I tour around with Marty Short. So if this is retirement, I guess I'm retired." That's what he meant. He's not retiring.
Phew. All right, so there is hope for a Father of the Bride Part 3. Finally, Lea Michele, the Glee actress, is the greatest star in a first look at her performance as Fanny Brice for Funny Girl on Broadway. Over the weekend, the production released a new video featuring Lea singing one of the musical's iconic numbers.
Who is all ginger and jazz? Who is as glamorous as? Who's an American Beauty rose with an American Beauty nose and 10 American Beauty toes? Hey, Mr. Ziegfeld, here I am.
Leah's only got a few weeks of rehearsal left. She's set to take the stage on September 6th. And that is the latest for you today. Coming up, The Lord of the Rings. The new show invades Studio 1A.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, transports viewers thousands of years before the events in the beloved books. And the cast of the new series stopped by 1A to tell us what fans can expect.
We are back with more stars from The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. It's a new series that's about to shake up the TV landscape. To say it's big would be a gross understatement, boasting massive sets, 22 regular cast members, and 2 of them are here with us this morning. Ismael Cruz Cordova, Benjamin Walker. They are bringing the world of the elves to life, showing us peacetime in Middle-earth. But the king knows that peace can be fragile.
If the elves abandon Middle-earth now, the armies of darkness will march over the face of the earth. It will be the end, not just of our people, but all peoples. If the hope of preventing that is not reason enough to make you reconsider your oath, I suggest you find another.
I suggest
pretty good.
Ismael, Benjamin, good morning to both. As I said during the commercial break coming in, I started watching the series last night, and I know why my Prime membership went up.
Worth every bit.
They spared no expense. I mean, it is a big, massive production, and the 2 of you are phenomenal in it. The elf ears. Let's talk about the ears. I mean, were you fans of the ears going in?
Oh, I loved it. I did too, man.
Yeah.
I loved it. I have these tiny ears as well.
Yeah.
And I always got teased, my family, for it. So I felt that I have finally had real ears.
Yeah.
Normal ears. Yeah, normal ears.
and the language, the elvish language that you have to learn.
Sure.
Give me a sample of.
Sure. All right. Penelia esse candela canta. It's very offensive.
And I was going to say, can you even tell me what you said on morning television?
No, it's a curse. But it's an elvish curse, so it's beautiful while you do it.
Your character is not to give away too much, extremely regal, shall we say?
Oh, thanks.
How does one get into character for that role?
Well, I mean, we have an incredible support system. They've built me like an armored corset. As soon as you tighten that thing up, you're standing up straight.
So it helped to be in the
Yeah,
costume.
exactly, yeah. At the read-through, when you're in sweatpants, you're like, I don't feel like a king at all.
And Ismael, I know you grew up in Puerto Rico. Yeah. And I read that when you watched the original series, when you watched it growing up, it was kind of hard for you to relate to some of it.
Yeah, I mean, I always say I felt represented spiritually, emotionally, because I'm a kid from the mountains, and the elves are from the mountains, and the elves love nature, but there wasn't an image reflected back, and that was something that was hard for me, but it was a galvanizing aspect that essentially set the course for me to become what I am today.
Full disclosure, I was not. I didn't see the actual the movies, but I'd read the books. I think people can watch this series without having seen the movies and books and still fully appreciate the story.
100%. I mean, because our show's thousands of years before the movies, it's like the first chapter. It's the perfect place to start.
What do you think it is about series like this? We were just talking about Game of Thrones a few minutes ago. Series like this are beyond compelling for a lot of folks, almost obsessive. Why do you think that is?
I think the subject matter, the text, the story allows people to see themselves in there. You find something about yourself, all these aspects of humanity that transposed to fantasy. People are able to exercise all of their hopes, their fears, their potential.
My buddy Carson Daly is a huge fan of the series, and he wanted to join us. He had a...
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Oh, cool.
All right, all right, nice to see you. The series.
Oh, thanks for having us.
How you doing? Nice to see you.
Yeah, come on.
I see.
No, sure.
About the elf ears in the show, because how long does it take to put them on? These are my real ears.
Yeah.
It takes like an hour to cover them up at the TV show.
You got the earring on.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Those are beautiful.
That looks very natural, man. Very
It just accentuates your jawline.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you,
Benjamin,
man.
Ismael, thank you.
I had more questions about the ears.
Well, you know what? We got to get to the affiliates. I'm so sorry.
Do you wear the same ones every day, or?
No. They're disposable.
The Lord of the Rings.
We should mention The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power will be available on Prime Video on September 2nd. Up next, we're heading into the Upside Down with one of the stars of Stranger Things. Stay with us.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. This is so healthy. Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
It does.
Start today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Pop Start Plus. Stranger Things did quite well when it comes to this year's Emmy nominations. Outstanding Drama Series, just one of the 13 nominations it picked up. We recently spoke with a member of the cast about what it was like working on the latest season, Brett Gelman, who returned as fan favorite Murray.
I think Murray has very much evolved this season. He found his people more. He's a slightly less isolated, slightly less jaded person than he was in season 3, because he sort of learned what it meant to have friends. So you see that development a little bit, but he's still a bit of a grouch and a grump. Yeah, a misanthrope, as they say. We love a good critic who calls things out how they are, calls it like it is. So, and I think that that's very much a lot of what Murray's role is in this show.
It's time.
It is the darkest season. And, the approach to Murray, as I play him, I get to know him more and more. So it goes deeper and deeper. But things are always bad. My favorite part about playing Murray is that I get to be sort of the urban character amongst all these rural characters. And then he sort of brings a city vibe to it.
Это может лисы. А вот наручники на тебе, сволочь советская. Hi, Jim.
That I get to be one of the, a character of somewhat comedic relief in this action, thriller, horror series, which is a kind of character that I grew up wanting to play, and just, getting to be in these amazing action sequences and the intensity of it, while still getting to really delve into who he really is and the humor of it is just the best. Getting to be in the Duffer Brothers world that they created as this character.
What? Do me a favor and move your lover's quarrel elsewhere, okay?
No,
this, not a lover's quarrel, pal.
Spare
me!
What is your problem?
Please, stop talking!
No!
I can't tell you much about what Murray and Joyce are up to in it, but working with Winona is it's a childhood dream. She's one of the greatest actresses and movie stars of all time. And it's amazing to me that I can call Winona Ryder a friend of mine. You know, that's just, it's one of those just bizarre things of like pinching myself that this is my life. And we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun when we work together. She is like one of the kindest people and so funny. And so getting to be working with her on this, like almost every day that I worked on this show was just like an amazing dream.
Scoops Troop, this is Bald Eagle. I've reached another junction.
This is what?
The fourth junction.
All right, so if memory serves, this is right after the My Little Pony thesis.
We went left, so he has to go right.
Fly right, Bald Eagle.
Fly right.
Roger that, flying right. Little
Seeing the teens' growth has been amazing. I mean, they're really like just a great bunch of people. Really just so incredibly talented and nice and professional and fun to be around. So to see that they haven't become like disaster people, it's nice to see that that has not happened and that they've all stayed grounded. It's amazing. I'm really grateful that the Duffer Brothers wrote me more stuff in the show, and that they made Murray's characters, Murray's involvement in the show grow. And it's insane. You forget it because when you're working on the show, it just feels like family, that we're just all, cast and crew. It's like we're here to do a job and get it done and have a good time together. When you step away and you are reminded just how massive the show is. I am the most excited for people to see me, just do amazing acting in this season. It's really remarkable, and I think that people will really enjoy my performance in a way that they haven't ever before. So that's very exciting to me. I'm really excited to. I just really, this season, I think it's the best season, and I think the other 3 seasons have been amazing. But I think this is everything like the up to the millionth degree. It is scarier, more action-packed, and funnier than previous seasons. And there is such an amazing balance of all of that. It's just like, it's really awesome.
Such a good one there. Next, we are revisiting an absolute classic in honor of its 35th anniversary, Dirty Dancing.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. It is hard to believe, but this week marks 35 years since the release of Dirty Dancing. The film stars Patrick Swayze as Johnny and Jennifer Grey as Baby. And we get to watch what happens when you combine romance and dancing at a vacation resort. Check out this throwback interview from our vault with the late, great Patrick Swayze opening up about the beloved film's message.
The last time we had a chance here to speak with actor Patrick Swayze, he was hoping to combine his skills as an actor, dancer, and singer, and a little over a year later, now he has. In the film Dirty Dancing. Welcome back. Good seeing you.
Good to be here.
Is the role as ideal as I've portrayed it to be?
Ideal as you, well, I get to dance.
You get to sing? You did a little music in this too,
Yeah,
right?
I wrote one of the songs for it.
Yeah?
Yeah, now that I've given up being Mr. Rockstar, I'm moving through the back door and writing music for the stuff I do.
How long ago was that an ambition to be a rock star?
Oh,
I mean, we're
about
talking more than 10 years.
10 minutes ago. But, no, actually, it was recent that I had to, assess my priorities and get realistic, like, give up Rockstar or I'll have to, how can I be an actor and go on tour and that kind of thing.
Yeah, got to support yourself.
Yeah.
Who's Johnny Castle? I mean, you play Johnny Castle in this film. Who is he?
He's a low-class kind of guy from South Philadelphia that's good with the ladies, and in return he gets gold bracelets and silk shirts, and it's set in 1963, and he went to Arthur Murray School of Dance to have a way to do this stuff and make a living, and doesn't feel real good about himself and runs into this hot little number who's just about ready to grow up, and I'm going to get myself in deep, so...
No. Did he remind you at all of a middle-class guy from Houston who took up dancing early and wasn't really sure it's what he wanted to do? And
Yeah, lower middle-class guy from Houston. Yeah, and trying to sort it out. And
we'll let everybody in on that. You're from Houston, and yeah, you took it up early, and I just called it middle class, but you say...
Well, yeah, lower middle class.
Yeah. So the film then had some poignant moments for you. I mean, you kind of saw yourself in Johnny a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, that was a level of identification for me that, I grew up not having it be too easy to be a dancer in Texas.
Why, they thought that was a little swishy?
Yeah, you're bound to be weird if you dance. So on that level, I could identify with Johnny. I didn't go to Arthur Murray School of Dance to learn ballroom dancing, but
yeah. In this film, though, you teach Baby Houseman, who is Jennifer Grey. You teach her how to dance. In this case, since you were the one who was professionally trained in this and for a long time, did art imitate life?
Well, yeah, because like the fun part about this kind of dancing is like your bodies have to really become one in order to move as one. So, in other words, I had to learn how to be a real good partner in order to lead correctly.
Let's show a clip, because in this one you're doing some of the work with Jennifer, but I think this one's at sea.
Did you learn to be a dancer?
Well, this guy came into this luncheonette one day, and we were all sitting around doing nothing, and he said that Arthur Murray was giving a test for instructors. So if you passed, they teach you all these different kinds of dances, show you how to break them down, how to teach them,
What? No.
No, slow it down. Right here.
If you'll be my girl. Hey, baby. I wanna know.
What is Dirty Dancing supposed to say to today's teens about those of 25 years ago?
Well, I don't know. You can always, I guess, not to believe what mommy and daddy and social standards tell you, that you are stuck in this little box and can never get out of it, but that you can have your dreams come true. That we all can, if you work hard enough. I think that's what Baby teaches Johnny. That he believes he's going to always be a street kid. And that's all he'll ever be. No matter what he does, and they help each other. I think we all have that person in our lives, somewhere in our memory that we sort of hold dear. You know, this person that passed through our lives for one moment and was gone, but you'll never forget.
Sounds like you
Is
want
that a good enough answer?
No, it's a good answer. Sounds like you want to be a rock star again. Now.
Yeah, it does.
Patrick, it's good seeing you. Come on back and visit us.
Okay.
All these years later, that movie still pulls at people's heartstrings. That's all for today's Pop Start Plus. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. Have a good one.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking
yeah,
who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day. Oh, look, some awesome Today All Day watchers. They should start a club. It would
Yes.
be. We're in it. It's Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Craig.
Halfway. Almost to the weekend, baby. Love the sound of that. Guys, welcome to Today in 30. This is what's coming your way over the next few minutes, kicking things off with some surprising results in key primary races that happened in New York and Florida. They could have a major impact on both parties in the push of the midterms. Kristen Walker's going to break it all down for you.
Also had Meghan Markle. She's making waves. She's facing backlash because she started a new podcast. We're going to get into that and the reaction.
And Ms. Copy, could I interest you in designer brands at bargain prices? We're going to explore the surprising trend that's, I guess it's turning places like Costco into a go-to destination when it comes to your wardrobe.
I like that.
Huh?
I like that. And guess who paid us a visit?
Who?
Sama Dada.
Sama Dada.
She's got recipes for delicious treats that are perfect for the picnic. She used to work here. Now she's made it big. Anyway, it's all coming up right now on Today in 30. First, let's focus on those primary results overnight. All closely watched races in Florida and New York. We have complete coverage, and we also have the takeaways as we head toward the midterms. We're going to start things off with NBC's chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Hoda and Craig. Good morning to both of you. Last night's primaries had a number of headlines, from a member-on-member battle in New York to the youngest person potentially poised to go to Congress. But the biggest takeaway of all came in that special election in New York, where the Democrat pulled out a victory over his Republican challenger by running on a platform of abortion rights. The implications for the fall: Democrats could put on a fiercer fight than expected to hold on to power, with abortion at the center of it all. In the last major round of primaries before the midterm elections, critical races in Florida and New York offering clues ahead of November. And the night brought a big surprise in New York with even bigger implications.
I honestly can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Democrat Pat Ryan winning in a special election in a bellwether swing district that has predicted every presidential election since 1996. Both parties glued to that race. Ryan campaigned on abortion rights, which Democrats hope can fire up key voters this year in the wake of the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision. And Republican Mark Molinaro had focused on key Republican issues, inflation and crime. Whereas in Florida, it was all about who can slow down Governor Ron DeSantis' possible presidential ambitions.
What a night.
Former Republican governor turned Democratic Congressman Charlie Crist will now get another shot at the governor's mansion.
This guy wants to be president of the United States of America, and everybody knows it.
But Crist faces an uphill battle against DeSantis, with Florida voters shifting to the right since he was governor. Congresswoman Val Demings won Florida's Democratic Senate primary. She's hoping to unseat Republican incumbent Marco Rubio in a race recent polls show is increasingly competitive.
Tonight is a good night. Am I right about that?
Back in New York, a bitter battle between two veteran Democrats is over, with Congressman Jerry Nadler defeating Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney after a redrawn district map forced the two committee chairs to fight for a single House seat.
Those New Yorkers get to choose who best represents the people and values of this city. And you know what? I think the voters made themselves clear tonight.
Now, another big top line from the night. Voters could be poised to send a Gen Z candidate to Congress for the very first time. 25-year-old Maxwell Frost, who is Afro-Cuban, won his primary in Florida, and if he wins in the fall, which seems likely, he will be the youngest person in Congress, making him more than 60 years younger than the oldest person in Congress. Hoda.
Wow, generational gap there. Kristen, let's talk about that other big story. President Biden, he's expected to announce a decision about canceling some student loan debt. I know a lot of people are watching this one closely.
Hoda, this is significant. That is right. Multiple sources tell NBC News President Biden is expected to announce today that he will extend a pause on student loan payments until January. And his administration will forgive $10,000 in debt for those earning less than $125,000 a year. That's the expectation. We'll have to see what he says. But Mr. Biden is getting some pushback. The president of the NAACP saying on Tuesday forgiving $10,000 just doesn't go far enough to help borrowers of color, calling it a problem. And even the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, has called for Mr. Biden to go further, pushing for him to forgive $50,000 in debt. But on the other side of this, Hoda, some economists have warned that the move could actually add to inflation, and Republicans have called it a handout to the rich, arguing it would mostly help high-income graduates. The bottom line here, though, all sides are going to be watching today's announcement very closely, Hoda.
Indeed. All right, Kristen Welker for us there at the White House. Kristen, thank you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, also this morning, we're seeing a lot of reaction to the release of a new podcast from Meghan Markle.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this one. Its first episode just dropped, and it features some very candid comments from the royal.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Meghan Markle is sharing a never-before-reported story of a heart-stopping scare. It involved her and Prince Harry's son, Archie, while they were on a press trip to Africa. Meghan chatted about that and more in the first episode of her new podcast called Archetypes with someone who knows a thing or two about the spotlight, tennis great Serena Williams.
People should expect the real me in this.
After stepping down from royal duties, the Duchess of Sussex is stepping up to the microphone, a podcast microphone. In the first episode of the Archetypes podcast, which Meghan says will highlight the issues facing women, she and tennis great Serena Williams focused on the meaning of ambition.
I don't ever remember personally feeling the negative connotation behind the word ambitious until I started dating my now husband.
She says she felt firsthand the double standard that women face in the press.
Since I felt the negativity behind it, it's really hard to unfeel it.
Now she wants the world to hear her voice unfiltered, with famous husband Prince Harry even lending his support.
Look who just popped in.
How you doing? After the two left England for a new life in America, saying they wanted a more private life.
You wanted to take a breath from what specifically? Let's be clear.
From this constant barrage.
I think everyone has a basic right to privacy. Basic.
Their new media projects have drawn some backlash in the UK.
When either Harry or Meghan speak, there's a bit of British eye rolling going on, and that's not just in the British public, but probably behind palace gates as well.
Meghan and Serena also discussed the pressures of being very public parents. Meghan recounted for the first time a harrowing story from a 2019 trip to South Africa.
We finish the engagement, we get in the car, and they say, "There's been a fire at the residence."
She says a fire broke out in the room where Meghan and Harry's baby Archie was supposed to be sleeping. Archie was safely outside the room with his nanny, but Meghan told her guest, tennis superstar Serena Williams, the close call was traumatic.
We still had to leave him and go and do another official engagement.
I couldn't have done that. I would have said,
yeah, well.
With this year marking the 25-year anniversary of Diana's death, Harry says he feels his mother guiding him and Meghan.
I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now, but definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before.
And now, amid their estrangement, Harry and his brother Prince William will mark the anniversary of their mother's death on different continents. The gulf between them, more than just distance. Markle's podcast promises a lineup of women who will discuss the challenges they've overcome. Her next guest, music icon Mariah Carey. Meanwhile, Harry and Meghan are planning to visit the UK and Germany next month to attend several charity events. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
I think people are going to have strong opinions one way or the other.
Yes.
They'll probably listen.
Great lineup of guests, though.
Yeah, indeed.
And welcome back. It's time for today's Consumer Confidential. This is our in-depth look around this time every morning at issues that impact your bottom line.
Yeah, and this morning we're focusing on high fashion at bargain prices.
So if you spend any time on social media, you may have noticed that Costco is now a go-to destination for designer deals. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren following all the trends on TikTok. She has more on what people are excited to shop for. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And who would have ever thought that I would be at the cutting edge of fashion here? That's right, Costco, not just for your industrial-sized cereal boxes and 1,000 rolls of toilet paper. Now this is the hottest ticket in fashion.
Costco Couture.
This week's Best Costco Fashion Finds.
2 words you probably never imagined you'd hear together.
I just got these sweatshirts. They are the Fila brand at Costco. For guess how much? $13.
TikTok influencers are going wild for the membership-only wholesale retailer.
Costco has these super cute Kenzie strap sandals.
It's Sherpa lined, so soft, and it's only $14.99.
The search term Costco clothing finds racking up more than 2 billion views, thanks to designer brands at some big discounts.
What's your biggest score ever?
Definitely the Hunter boots.
Usually found for $175, just $84.99 at Costco.
I live in Los Angeles. It does not rain here. We are in the desert, and they sell out like crazy.
Jennifer Maldonado has more than 19,000 followers for her TikTok Costco Couture.
Right before we got on this conversation, I was on Costco, the app, and I found a Givenchy, another Givenchy bag, and a Valentino bag.
I don't remember anything like this on my last Costco run. What am I doing wrong?
You just have to take the time and look. I'll go to 2 Costcos a week. Now, sometimes I'll leave empty-handed. So it's just a matter of, day and time and what they have in stock.
Jennifer also recommends touching the fabric, seams, and zippers. Costco is staying tight-lipped about pricing and quality, but experts say be realistic.
A lot of the merchandise that you do get at these stores is kind of at an outlet level kind of selection.
You're not on Rodeo Drive buying them off. You've got to be realistic. We're at Costco.
It's not just Costco getting into the discount designer game.
I think we've been sleeping on Walmart fashion.
Influencer posts about Walmart, Target, and Amazon clothing are also easy to find.
Discount fashion used to be the butt of jokes. What's going on?
There's definitely affordability, there's convenience, and I think this is a little surprising, but hype. Thanks to social media.
This year, the hottest look may be money in your pockets.
Oh, there's nothing better than finding a good deal, buying it, wearing it, and then getting a compliment from it. And who doesn't want a $1.50 hot dog after a long day of shopping?
Okay, we're shocked, Kristen, by this entire story. It's amazing. I can't believe this has been happening. But what about people who are looking for some of these items that y'all were talking about but can't find them?
Right. And this is another great tip from Jennifer. She says Costco has really excellent customer service. And so if you see something on TikTok or on social media, but you don't see it in your local Costco, you can call them and there's a chance they may be able to sell it to you and ship it directly to you. So some more good advice there.
This is a whole new world that Kristen just opened up to everybody.
I think it was a trend, and we probably just started because now everyone's going to flock to Costco.
They're like, we're all out of the couture, people. Right. It's a lot of work. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Kristen.
They're all fine. Everyone's okay.
Everybody's okay. We are back. Carson, that's the sound of people's bodies thumping against what's called the giant slide in Michigan, Carson.
And similar clips of people being flung into the air and sent crashing went viral, of course, prompting officials to temporarily close that giant slide. But after a few adjustments to make sure that people don't go down quite as fast, it's set to reopen this Friday.
And apparently, guys, folks have been going down that slide wrong, according to a tutorial by a staff. Take a look at the tutorial.
Watch this.
Then your whole body, as much as you can, into the sack. Wait for, if you have any other riders, wait for the ranger to say go ahead. And then scooch on with your butt, hold on tight. Biggest thing, you just gotta lean forward and stay leaning forward and hold on tight.
Stay leaned forward.
Stay leaned forward.
Okay.
Yes. Hold on tight.
That's the tutorial. Lean forward.
See? And they were paying $1 a ride to go.
But here's the thing. I think you black out on a tutorial when you're scared for your life. I think you might not remember to lean
It
forward.
looked like it was right out of Action Park
I grew up near
in Jersey.
Every ride was
that they made a documentary about. Yes.
No.
It's like a worker wiped that thing down with Pledge.
Yeah. Well, and the first step is get into the body bag.
Yeah.
Right.
By the way, the people of Detroit are so ingenious. Some rappers there have already made a song. I think we've got a snippet.
Oh, I've heard that rap is great.
Yeah.
One of the lyrics, listen.
Break your neck.
One of the lyrics he says is, if your kids get on your nerves, send them to the giant slide.
They've made T-shirts in Detroit.
You know.
They've made T-shirts.
Better call Saul.
Yeah, there's the giant slide T-shirt.
We need a live
Better
shot.
call Saul.
We should send a reporter. On Friday, we should be live at the new line at the slide. Send somebody down.
Send somebody down.
I'm coming, Detroit.
You love it.
I'm
done.
done. I'm going to the giant slide.
After your local
Great,
news.
thanks.
Done and done.
Somewhere Kerry Sanders is going,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We are going to start with some good news.
Doesn't it just feel good to be back to school?
does. Yes. This is so healthy.
Here's what's happening in York. The crowd is ready. SG, you ready?
We're fresh and reorganized for fall.
Start today.
Welcome back. All week we have been getting to know the cast of the new series, The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. And this morning, 3 more members of its expansive cast are joining us, representing the humans of Middle-earth: Maxim Baldry, Tyro Muhafanen, and Markella Kavanaugh, playing a Harfoot, a sort of predecessor to the hobbits that we're familiar with, who gets mixed up with a mysterious being who fell from the sky.
This stranger isn't a man, or an elf, or some baby eagle with a broken wing. That was one time. He's something else. Maybe something dangerous. Now you sound just like Melva and the sisters. Oh, it's not just them. Anybody finds out that we helped a stranger, and anything bad that happens the next 3 seasons will be our fault. If fog lasts a little too long, we'll get stuck in a rut. Go, quick, go faster before it crashes!
Markella, Maxim, Tyro, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How cool is it to watch yourself on screen?
So
like that?
surreal.
Yeah.
It's so surreal, yeah.
I've caught the first couple of episodes, and reportedly this is a series that Amazon is spending about $1 billion on over 5 seasons. What was it like when you told your friends and family that you had landed this role?
They still don't believe me. They're like, they think it's all a conspiracy. They're like, you're not in this show, and I'm like, I am. My brother's always like, yeah, but you're not really in like any features yet. So, yeah.
How about you, Tyro?
It's taken me about a year to convince my friends that I'm not just an extra. And I flew to New Zealand. I'm in the show, I promise you. But it's like now that everything's coming out, I think everyone's kind of starting to believe it now.
And Markella, you were actually working at a retail store at the time, as I understand it, right?
Yes, I was.
And then you get this call to audition?
Yeah, I was working in a retail store and I was in the back room and I got a call that I had an audition for Lord of the Rings, and I just couldn't believe it, and also didn't think it would go anywhere after that. And so it's very surreal to be here right now.
Yeah. Maxim, your character, again, not to give away too much, but you are someone that we see in the book, someone that we see in the film, and this is a character who really, you could make the argument, this is the character that could have stopped all of this from happening. And they chose not to.
Yeah, he ruins everything.
Well, you said it, not me. How do you approach playing a younger version of someone like that?
Well, it's really exciting, I guess, because you can kind of build the character from the ground up. We know where he ends up, but JD and Patrick, the showrunners, have the very difficult task of, crafting the story and seeing how we get from A to B.
And Tyro, this is your first big role. I mean, you were, like, as I understand it, on set, like, taking classes as well.
Yeah.
So you go from, like, shooting a scene with orbs to working on your algebra? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, a little bit. I was like, literally, it was whenever I wasn't on set, I was either in my trailer doing school or in the hotel room doing school. So it was kind of fun because it kind of kept me grounded. Yeah, no, it was a lot of work. It was actually a lot more work than I'm
Yeah, more work than us.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, they can't do algebra yet.
No, absolutely not.
I found it fascinating. First of all, it's taken forever to actually get to the screen because you had to shut down during COVID. It took more than 2 years. And there's one point during the 2-year period where the two of you decided to take up karaoke. And this morning we have some exclusive footage, I believe.
Oh, no.
I think we have some exclusive footage of Markella and Maxim. Tell me what's happening here.
So we are in a very loud karaoke bar singing a song that we both really love. I mean, Markella loves the song.
This is like my
Yeah.
favorite karaoke song.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but every time I would sing it, Maxim would just be like, a bazillion videos of me just belting Believe.
I'm sure you made Cher proud.
Oh, good.
Markella, Maxim, Tyrell, thank you. Best of luck to all of you. Safe travels as well. It's called The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. It premieres September 2nd on Prime Video.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We always love when she's here. This morning on Today Food, our friend Samadata is back to show us 2 easy recipes to close out summer. And in this heat, the best part is there's no cooking involved.
No cooking
Good morning.
involved. Hi, Dylan.
I always see you on Instagram. I'm so happy you're back and cooking for us because your food looks so delicious all the time.
I'm so happy to be here. I want to always create really easy, healthy recipes. No ovens required here.
That's
So they're
great.
perfect for the end of summer.
This looks yummy. What is this?
So this is my chilled chickpea salad. Super easy to make. I love recipes where you just kind of throw everything in one bowl, mix it up, lots of flavors, lots of textures. So we're gonna start with some diced cucumbers, okay? So we can just go ahead and dice it. I know we're on TV, so I'm gonna just do my little, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Craig. What do you mean?
Dylan's like a
Dylan,
pro.
you wanna dice for
Well,
me?
you talk, yes.
Dylan's a pro.
Also, you call them chickpeas. Is there a difference between the chickpea and the garbanzo bean, or is that the same?
It's the same thing.
Okay.
It's the same thing. And you know what? I am not above a canned chickpea.
Okay.
I love a
that's
canned
good to know.
chickpea. They're
Do you
easy.
rinse them first?
You do. So for this recipe, definitely rinse and drain them. But
Okay.
they're easy. They're accessible. They're
Yeah, I love
affordable. You can find them. So wow, beautiful.
chop
Thank
those
you, Dylan.
today.
Great job.
Okay, great. So we've got our diced tomatoes already in here. So
Okay.
we're going to do that.
Good,
we're
'cause
going to
I
add
hate
our
dicing tomatoes.
yeah, I'm wearing all white. Not a good choice.
Dump that
Cucumbers in there. We've got some diced red onions.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go in with my chickpeas, again, drained and rinsed.
Does
Right in there.
it matter what kind of tomato you use, Summer?
You know, I would actually prefer for you to use a really nice ripe tomato. If it's in season, even better. But you
Okay.
can use grape tomato, cherry tomato, whatever
get to
calls
these.
to you.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we're gonna add some lime juice. Dylan, I'm gonna make you just do
Okay.
that because
Yes.
you're a pro.
Just put me to work.
There you go. And then now this is my favorite thing. After we add some lime juice, some olive oil, we're gonna add some chaat masala. So chaat masala is a spice blend that's really common in Indian street food. It's delicious. It's got cumin, coriander,
that's what takes it up.
mango
I was
powder.
just about to say, I didn't see
Yeah.
that coming.
Yeah, it's a little
that is
tangy,
good.
That
a
is
little savory.
fantastic. Where can we
Cayenne,
get that?
Salt. You can get it online, honestly. The internet
Chaat
is our
masala.
BFF. You know
This
what I'm
is
saying?
great,
She
Summer.
actually sent some to us.
Salt.
And it's
herbs,
healthy too, right?
Very healthy. And
Oh,
look, like
wow.
it's packed with protein. It's got lots of
that
veggies.
cilantro?
Texture. That's cilantro. Little salt, a little freshly
Little lime.
ground
And
black
that's olive
pepper.
oil?
and this is olive oil. Really simple,
Girl, this
really
is
easy to
amazing.
make. I'm so glad you like
fresh.
it.
This is
it's
amazing.
chilled, it's refreshing. We love it.
And that gives it a little spice to
a little spice, a little kick.
Okay.
And now another really easy no-bake recipe. I love carrot cake, but sometimes I just don't want to turn my oven on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
So these have become my new carrot cake best friends. So first we're gonna grate some carrots. By the way, everything comes together in a blender.
Okay.
So you can grate your carrots using a box grater. We've got some unsweetened shredded coconut in here.
Coconut.
Add our carrots. If you guys follow me on Instagram, you know I don't stop talking about dates. I like
You
it's all I
always
do.
love the date.
Introduce me to date.
It's like all I talk about. It's getting not normal.
All right, let's go.
Dates in there. We've
Just
got
make
some.
sure you get that pit out before you put it in there.
please pit
because I've
them.
ruined a recipe with a couple.
Definitely
date
pit them.
pits.
I'm using sweet. They've got a nice juicy
Sure.
flesh. They're really sweet. They've got a nice juicy
Sure.
flesh. Some cashews for that really nice buttery base. And then all of the usual suspects with carrot cake. We've got some cinnamon, some ground ginger, some salt.
Think healthy.
Vanilla extract. And then what I like to do, it's kind of fun to get your kids involved as well. You get this dough, blend it until it's nice and pulverized.
Hey.
And now,
That's much better
You
than I was
sound shocked.
expecting.
I do like it,
You
Sam.
sound
I am.
surprised.
That is much better than I
I
was
like green
expecting.
apple.
The actual shock on Craig's face right now.
You know, I
Make them into little bites.
Wait,
And
it
roll
tastes
it.
like cake.
And so you know what I like to do? Get some nice like mixed salted nuts. You can use your favorite. I'm using pistachios and pecans here, but use your fave. And then you can just roll it in the nuts. This gives a nice little like
dates that congeal.
sweet and salty situation, you know? I love a little sweet and salty. No bake,
kids would
super
enjoy
easy
this.
to make.
They would really love it.
It's really delicious. It's also fun to get the kids involved with making it,
Just
right?
so you
Because it's
guys
very
know,
hands-on.
Sama is like my girl crush and my inspiration, even though she's like young enough to be my child.
Stop.
Like when I first met her, she worked for NBC and she was like glowing. And you know me, I went up to her, I'm like, what do you do? Like,
'Cause she
what,
drinks
how do
2
you look
gallons
like
of
this?
water every
And then
day.
she started introducing us to her cooking. We're like, this is why she
Right.
is so glowy.
No meat.
I love
no
you.
water.
She said also kind of tastes like oatmeal cookie dough.
Oh my God.
It does. It's a
Right?
definite cookie dough vibe,
Yes.
right?
So
Because
good.
it's really chewy, it's crunchy.
Home run.
I
Thank
love
you
you
so
guys.
much
I love you guys.
For this
Thank
recipe
you.
and more, head to today.com/food for everything you see here.
Come back tomorrow, you guys. We got another big show here on Today. Craig, what about this?
Yeah.
Should we play some pickleball on the plaza?
You'll have to teach me. I am a pickleball virgin. We'll see you tomorrow on the court. Until then, have a fantastic day.
Bye.
When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see
been a
you.
long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here, from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog. You
Yes.
think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park
Right.
that sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. I mean, our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up!
Ready? There, nice job.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it!
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional. But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know,
it's in a
there's
steamer.
just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili, add a little more, you know, it'd be cheap with the chili. Greek spices, that's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across, and there you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need 1 up, which means I need 1 for a customer.
1 for
Everything
a customer.
on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El.
Little
All
more?
right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
Keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to go
you want
with
the
it.
chili to go
yeah,
in.
you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
all
it.
right. Oh, that really, it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right, 1 up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Every great coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. You know, I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back, family members, and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant, and I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO the interior to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is, that's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year. so
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here for
This is
chili?
a Beyond Crumble,
Uh-huh.
a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
Yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give that a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
And a good Wednesday morning. Our top story, some rather unexpected election results coming in overnight.
Yeah, and that could have major implications for both parties in the build-up to the midterms. It's August 24th. This is Today. Primary focus in New York, a Democrat pulls out a big win in a key swing district.